ओके नहीं
मेरा मोबाइल विक्टर सिंबल एक बार मोबाइल
में दो सर, ये खतरनाक वाला मोबाइल है सर, ये वाला खतरनाक है सर, इसकी फोटोग्राफी।
ओके रेडी सर प्लीज
मुझे लेके जाओ।
नहीं चला हाथ एक बार
सर प्लीज
पोजीशन में रुको ना।
ओके रेडी ओके
विक्टर सिंबल
ओके
यस आ गया
सर आप थोड़ा इधर आइए ठीक है सर लुक एट दिस कैमरा
Thank you. Trust board members, please be here. Only trust board. आपका
क्या वाला चल जी? हेलो मॉर्निंग गुड मॉर्निंग जाएंगे फिर आएंगे सभी
चेंज कोई जाए
ब्रो बैक ब्रो फोटोग्राफर
इसका मोबाइल अच्छा है
सर लुक एट हियर
थैंक यू। सैनी साहब किधर है? ये मेहमान है पिक्चर का।
फिर लाइफ टाइम का मेहमान है
सर सर लुक एट हियर अलग
शेयर कर
Now you can change the list.
मैडम
ऐसे चलेगा ओके नहीं चेंज करेंगे
हेलो
जो ये डबल एक्सएल है सर
कोई बात नहीं, आप बढ़िया दिख रहे हैं, आप हमेशा दिखते हैं, तो कोई इश्यू नहीं।
See that all are wearing ID cards. I told them specifically in the EC group.
लाइन है तो फिर उसका यूज किया जाए
सर प्लीज नहीं आप ले जाइए
एक सीट में एक थोड़ा लिमिटेड
सब जा रहे हैं चेंज करने नहीं हम नहीं कर नो नहीं की अच्छे लगे फॉर्मल ड्रेस में पहना ही क्या जो बढ़िया लग रहा है
कैसा आपका लिया
के नाम आया
तेरा मान करेगा
और सर कमिंग बैक
कम
कुछ वीडियो कॉल में लगे
आप ध्यान से सुप्रीम कोर्ट में
एक प्रोग्राम
हो जाएगा मंडे आपका बैक
अभी मैं क्या करती हूँ दोबारा अप्रैल में
मार्च के बाद एग्जाम का सीजन है
लास्ट टाइम આપણે ગુજરાતમાં કર્યું तो उससे सब लोग આપણે આનું જ કર્યું રેશિયો ઇન્ડિયાનું જ કર્યું અને બધા રિટાયર્ડ ઓફિસરોને એ ગઈ સાલ જ કર્યું કે આમાં શું છે કે એક્સી કમિટીમાં હોય ને કે આપણું પ્રેશર બહુ ગુજરાતમાં ક્યારેક ગુજરાતમાં બહુ તમે આગળ આવો અમે બધા ભેગા થઈએ એટલે વાતો અમે તમારે મેરેજ પણ ત્યારે સુધી આપણી સાથે અને અમારે વધારે યુનિવર્સિટી હોય છે અને એમને ત્યાં તો અમે જમવા પણ ગયા
हमारा कल श्रीनगर और बनारस में कभी जाना है बंसल साहब बनारस में जाना है बंसल साहब है मतलब बढ़िया उसका भी फ्लैट भी अपना चाहे कुछ खाली पड़ा सब के लिए रखा है बनारस
मैक्सिमम स्पीड डिटेक्शन इन्हीं के नाम लगता है क्वांटिटी वाइज भी और नंबर वाइज
ये हमारे
उनका मैन्युफैक्चरिंग सादा लेवल बहुत
वाइस प्रेसिडेंट ट्रस्ट बना बाबा हो
सर एक मिनट
वेरी गुड Hello. Hello.
Bro. Saan menu kya?
All are requested to take their seats, please. A session on labeling of drugs will be started by Mr. Lalit Goyalji, who are standing backside. Hanmantarao sir. Ravi, wala naman Sir, Hanmantarao sir రావాలి. Actually, today we have got two sessions. One is talk by Sri Narendra Ahuja ji, former drug controller of Haryana, and one is by Sri Lalit Goyal ji, deputy drug controller from Haryana. So, actual program is started 11 o'clock. To avoid the times, Mahalakshmi madam, you should listen, please. So, to save some time, I request Lalit Goyal to give a labeling of drugs के ऊपर one is talk by Sri Narendra Ahuja ji, former drug controller of Haryana, and one is by Sri Lalit Goyal ji, deputy drug.
Thank you.
फोटोग्राफी का लाइट बंद कर ఇక్కడ నిలబడ లైవ్ ఉంది కదా
आपको भी किसी ने यहाँ पर
This is Sir, go ahead, sir.
Be seated.
నేను అదే చూసుకుంటున్నాను.
My topic is labeling and packaging of drugs. I will know labeling of drugs is mentioned in the rules of drug and cosmetic rules. Every drug inspector is known for rule 94 to 106. Everybody knows those. Everybody is familiar, but is it mentioned in the act? My slide presentation is not depend on the act. It's an experience which I did during my as a DI. I want to share my experience and source of rules labeling drugs. Next. As you know, rule 94 and 106 up to date. This is the rules we covered of labeling of drugs. Next. Please be attentive. You will find enjoyment regarding my slide. You know Inauguration of section 17. If drug is unlabeled, not properly labeled, then is a misbranding drugs. It can lead to misbranding also, but main is misbranding is No drugs. Next. Rule 94. These are examples given to the export of drugs. You need not be label all the formalities on the label of drug. It depends on the importing country. What is it they want? Next. As you know, labeling of drugs, two types of labeling, inner counter and outer counter. But labeling should be same on the outer and inner counter. ये नहीं कि पीछे एक पैकिंग में कुछ नहीं है तो आउटर में लिख दिए ना, दोनों में लेबलिंग सेम होगा. Whatever condition you mention in the packing, same will you mention in the secondary packing. Next. क्वेश्चन बाद में, टाइम नहीं है, स्लाइड आपको दे देगा, कुछ हुआ मेरा फोन नंबर होगा, यू कैन आंसर. कोई कोटी सामने का जब तक चीफ टैक्स नहीं आते तब तक मैं here up to 5 you can ask any question. Rule 96. Yeah, I will know proper name of the drug should be font of proper name should be Raja, not a brand name. Many companies now their labeling is okay. Then previously this condition are not maintained by the manufacturers. This notification came in the year 19. Right. These are examples I made. Paracetamol, lead tablet, IP, corrosive example, corrosive tablet, labeling is okay. If brand name is above, then labeling is not okay. Next. These are examples that if the is a dosage form is official in any pharmacopoeia, whether IP, BP, USP, then that product, please don't, please. Then that dosage form will be attached with IP, USP. Not like ibuprofen tablet without any pharmacopoeia. Like brand names. Brand name cannot be attached with any pharmacopoeia. Like ibuprofen tablet, it cannot be any pharmacopoeia. Ibuprofen tablet, IP, no, never. Next. These are very severe mistakes. It can be underwriting done by the manufacturer. So you have to check and inform them to amend the label. Next. Provision of low licenses form. What are provision condition to be mentioned on the label or the from manufacturer on the low license form? Only the address of the site only. That's all. No any details of the host form. Next. Access of the host form, name of the loading form, no other details. No license number of a host form to be mentioned on the label of the loading form. Next. Rule 96, one level. It said that certain schedule H drugs, type of drugs, schedule drugs. Number one, validated drugs, external preparations, extract, pseudoid and hydrocodone, eye drops, and predicate preparations. These need not to be required to be labeled as true light drug. If you found the labeling of drugs, you will found these conditions that this will be labeled. These are the 4 conditions: patented drug, patented accidental drug, IDOC and patented drugs. Need not be any warning of should act. Need not to put red line on the label of drugs. As you know, in the year 2018, labeling condition has been changed. Now, on shoes and drugs, no need of to put red line now. Next. In dry syrup, also, weight of the gantule should be mentioned on the label of the drug. Next. These are the 5 types of batch numbers. But you cannot label or only on. It should be batch number BH, batch number B, NO, batch, lot number. These are the 5. You cannot make अपना खुद का device नहीं करना. Same like manufacturing license पर. These are the 3 points. You cannot detect on your own. Then manufacturing date, expiry date. Word is expiry. If you found with manufacturer, we mention EXP. E should be expiry word. Sorry. Expiry, simple ESP has no word, meaning in the act. Same ointment, it should be labeled as expiry, accidental use only. Next. For validated drugs, if the drug is official in IP, then it should be labeled as IP head. IP में last में disorder दी हुई है, quadrant sorry, that should be labeled as IP drug. But next. Rule 104A. Addition to the drugs, not to the packing material. Sometimes manufacturer came to license authority. You give permission to buy packing material, no. Is it only for drugs? Permission. Packing of drugs. Packing of drugs is up to 1 to 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 7, 8, 10, up to 10. After that, it's up to multiple 5 and 7. 7 का अभी notification अभी आया है. पहले multiple 5 था. Now multiple 5 and 7. 7 month means tablet may be 7, 14, 21 like that. 16 पोलियो का पैक तक नहीं आएगा टेबलेट 100. Same pack size of predicted order dogs 5, 10, 15. Next. Pack size of ear dogs 5, 3, 5, 10. इसके ऊपर कोई पैक साइज you have to take a special permission from DCO or SLA as the case may be. Pack size of ointment 3 ml 3 gram, 5 gram, and 10 grams. Next. Pack size of injectable. Very important side. Very important side. No pack size rules are available in the Act for packing of injectable. LA can ask for justification, but why you want to this pack size? SSPV up to 199 number. This is mentioned in the rules also. Up to 99 is SVP. Some manufacturer claim undeniable as veterinary. It should not be. It is undeniable is LVP. Next. Pack size is not applicable on following types of doses of drugs. Antacid, LVP, value drug, etc. Next. Example non-pack size, Inosul P1. Almost 20 drugs are there for which pack size has been exempted. These are the 4-5 examples I will mention. And we know suspension. Pack size cannot be of 60 ml. If somebody making his suspension at 60 ml, then it is wrong. Packing of component of drugs, then complete details of the syringe and should be mentioned on all the packing material, outer and inner. If the drug is from officially IP and for domestic use, then it should be labeled as IP. Without IP, drug is banned. If not officially IP, then it should be PP, UP, not in there, then in-house form of computer. Right. Examples for domestic is paracetamol, it should be labeled as IP. If it is labeled as paracetamol, PP, for domestic use, then this is wrong, misbranded. Color to be added in that pharmaceutical drugs. If we edit, then name of color to be mentioned on the label of drug. And color, this of color is mentioned in the rule 127. For capsule shells, no need to mention in the color of the shell shape capsules. This has been exempted in the year 18. Yes. Some example I mentioned how to label ciprofloxacin tablet. Next. Ciprofloxacin tablet IP or tablet IP, tablet BP. Current is ciprofloxacin tablet IP. Dosage form के बाद after dosage form then you should mention it IP. Next. Suppose labeling of paracetamol tablet 1000 mg. Dosage form is not mentioned in the IP, but SLA has clear in the Sugandhik or FDC, it can be used in domestic use. Then it should be labeled as IP. Don't go for that the drug is not official in IP. The scent is not mentioned in the IP. Once a drug is officially IP, whatever the dose is there is labeled as IP. Nice. Labeling of ciprofloxacin eye drops. Ciprofloxacin eye drop IP is correct. Suppose it is mentioned as ciprofloxacin ear drops, eye drops, then it is not correct. You cannot label this product as IP because here eye and ear those are this word are not mentioned in the IP. Next. Correct license number should be mentioned on the label. Sometimes two licenses are there, Form 25 and 28. Sometimes manufacturer mention both are licenses. No. You have to mention only the correct license number. Next. For preparation, paracetamol, minoxidil, even ciprofloxacin, it is under Form 25. Not valid. Next. These are products which is used on Form 28, parenteral, vitamins, antibiotics, and hormones. This is on hormones are on Form 28. Next. Next. Sometimes labeling of ciprofloxacin, caffeine, if anhydrous mentioned in the IP, then it should be labeled as anhydrous word in the label orders. Should G drugs, I know, approximately 50 drugs are there, come on the stool G. Next. Labeling of paracetamol. I know DCO India issued a letter in the year 2012, but paracetamol with numeroside, any combination, it should be up to 325 mg. Gas repair for 3 years has been given by the DCO, that has been exhausted. Now, paracetamol with non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drug strength should be 325 mg only. Right. Expedient next. I don't know psychotropic substances and drugs should be mentioned on the label or drugs. Psychotropic substances and same is with anti-drugs, narcotic drugs. Anti-drugs should be mentioned. Adrenaline injection. Expiry date should be up to 1 year from the date of manufacture. Special notification has been issued regarding labeling of adrenaline injection. If you have to check this labeling of drugs, these drugs are available in blood banks. You check there sometime labeling of drug. I also check labeling of up to 2 years. No. But it should be up to 1 year. And condition of drugs from cold, change from cold place to production of light, as mentioned in IP. Next. Same appropriate injection, no storage conditioning mentioned. Then you have to manufacturer have to submit the own in-house stability data for this condition of to mention on the label orders. Nice. Albendazole spore is official in IP with word chewable. This varnish should be mentioned on the label or the drug. Otherwise, this is come under misbranded drugs. Next. This is an example of linseed oil labeling. What should be labeling of linseed oil? This drug was official in 66, but same are deleted in the year 2010. Once it is deleted, you cannot claim as IP. If you mention its product as IP, there is wrong. Some manufacturers are doing that, they mention IP, bracket may live 66. That is wrong. So, now this product is officially BP. BP, then you have to mention this word as BP. Linseed oil, BP only. Like this type of product, product is officially available in market. So you have to label this product. Next. Legal Macrobiology Act. As per Rule 26C, drugs are exempted under this act. For medical devices, this act is applicable. But for drugs, this act is not applicable. Next. Example of phenobarbital tablet. This was previously this drug was official in Schule Act and has been deleted from Schule Act. Now this is in cytotoxic substances. Next. Same Schule H1 during COVID labeling of hydrocodone labeling is labeled as condition of H1. Right. Although this drug is not official notified as Schule H1, but condition will be maintained as Schule H1. Ketamine. This is Schule H and psychoactive substances. So labeling of both parameters should be entered on the label of drugs. It should be manufactured under Schule H and labeled as cytotoxic substances, and that is NRX on the label of the drugs. Ketamine. Pack size of diclofenac injection, only for single dose. So 10 numbers is not allowed. And if it is available in market, it is not allowed diclofenac injection. Next. Paracetamol, already I told, word is paracetamol tablet. If we don't mention as IP diode BP, that is not correct. It should be IP only, without any dot. As mentioned in the IP page on the desk. This is the most commonly labeling defect on the label of drug. We mention as IP.IP. As you know, uncoated drugs. Mostly pharmacological drugs are uncoated drugs without any color to be added. If you add some color and pharmacopoeia said no, then this is misbranded drug. Even SSI should not give permission of drugs for pharmacopoeia drugs. Coating option is mentioned in the general pharmacopoeia, but talk about coating is there, indented coating or certainly जो भी coating है, then that coating is must. Currently, as you know, for this misbranded drugs, misbranded 27D, after accidentally to do fine, 2 years and fine. Although draft have been notified for the provision of who will come up to fine only. But till then, it is 27D. Thank you, Medidas. This is my experience with the state energy. Thank you very much. Ask for any question? Hope कुछ बोर्ड नहीं किया किसी को। नहीं पढ़ाई नहीं सर कुछ दूसरे लायक।
Hello. We have another 15 minutes time to arrive the chief guest today, and here we got opportunity to meet. We got an opportunity to meet the superstars from the industry and superstars from the regulatory also. Any questions or any discussions, pre-discussions here, I want to introduce one by one. IDMA former president and now present spokesperson, Sri Virenji Shah is there, is a professional pharmacy graduate, postgraduate. And the great Dr. DCO President, Nakoda Kirkar, Sri R.K. Agarwal ji है, आगे का बोलते हैं। No need of any introduction, but सब फील होता है, इसलिए बोले। So Dr. P.V. Appajiro, former pharmacy, and बाद में we have a special guest, Dr. Mutya Ramaya Garu from USA. He is working on rare diseases. And we have ex-drug controller of Haryana, Sri Narendra Ahuja ji. Not only a technical person, now he become our permanent priest also. He teaches always personality development classes. And then we have from Covalent, Sri Vijay Kumar Garu. And our permanent well-wisher, Sri Lajja Senisa from Abad, to attend this. And we have ex-Mera Guru, former drug controller of combined Andhra Pradesh, Sri D. Hanumantarao Garu. Sir, and our colleague and retired deputy drug controller and former registrar of combined Andhra Pradesh Pharmacy Council, Sri P. Nagaraj Garu. And we are also having IDMA State President Sri Rajamouli Garu, a professional graduate from my place, Warangal. And no words to say, but I have Dr. V. Satyanarayana Garu, Siprala, where my career, actual career started there under his guidance and dreams. इससे ज़्यादा गुस्सा था, इसमें से 70% इसके वजह से कम हो गए. And we are here, Dr. Ramkishan sir. Actually, I just want to introduce our EC members and transport members. I will introduce later. And we have Sri Ramdan Garu, and hope if everything goes well, we will see him as a director also soon. And I would like to introduce our DCO Telangana State Branch President, Dr. Venkateshwara Garu, Telangana. And many of our local officers, I think still they are coming for the workshop. Again, I am telling, we have 15 minutes time and can have a free talk on any given subject. You put some question or some discussion, all experts are there. इससे ज़्यादा expert कोई किधर भी नहीं रहेगा. So you will get some answer for that. Only to kill 15 minutes time. And welcome to Sri B. Yoganandam Garu. He is the present registrar of Telangana Pharmacy Council and former deputy director, my ex-colleague also. कहाँ से शुरू करेंगे? क्या सर? कुछ तो भी? आंसर देने के लिए बैठा है. Any question? So, let us talk about the labeling of drugs only. What Lalit Goyal was just now doing. Any questions?
No, he was telling something, Goyal, that Metrology Act.
One more speaker.
Legal Metrology Act is not applicable.
Because I am not much aware of that. Metrology Act connected to drugs act. There was one slide on that.
2009 yeah.
Just I want some clarification or more.
Now, in that act and rule also mentioned, in that rules also, that act, that it is not applicable on drugs, that's all. But it is allowed for medical devices. Bail and measures department,
Sir, is it not contradictory to the definition, sir? All medical devices are declared as drugs.
But it is mentioned in that act.
No, see, if you see the circular given by the what is this, medical metrology department, it says all drugs are exempted. So once you declare medical devices as drugs, then how can you take the, I don't take the exemption.
But that is also mentioned that drugs and medical devices separately mentioned.
What he says is scheduled drugs and non-scheduled drugs, both are exempted. The scheduled is as per the DCO.
Yeah.
Non-scheduled also as per DCO.
Yes, yes.
So once you declare all medical devices as drugs under the Drug Act,
Yes.
don't you think that they are exempted from the medical device rules also?
That mentions the medical act, all the medical devices come under
No.
that.
See, medical, that's why I'm trying to make it clarification. Once the legal metrology department says, the act says that all drugs are exempted. So when medical devices are declared as drugs, are they not exempted?
Yeah, you have to under section 3B4, all are medical, but it's mentioned and they are taking action also.
Probably we require some clarification to be given by the department.
We will,
Or get it done from exemption.
yeah, we will send a letter to DCA office.
Even the slide you have shown, it says the scheduled drugs. Please correct it.
Okay, sir.
Slide you have shown, scheduled drugs. Please correct it.
Friends, each and every second is...
Let me answer this question. Sir, you are exactly correct that all the medical devices are still defined under section 3B4, and by virtue of that definition under section 3B4, medical devices are treated as, legally speaking, strictly speaking, these are drugs. But practically speaking, when the medical device rules 2017 came into existence and when the committee started writing a de novo fresh drugs, cosmetic and medical devices bill, which is now pending with the Honorable Parliament. Then at that time, the reason for writing the new drugs, cosmetic and medical devices bill, one of the reasons was that this ambiguity still exists in the Act, that by virtue of section 3B4, all the medical devices are drugs. Now, since MDR 2017 came into existence, now ultrasound machine is a medical device, X-ray machine is a medical device, tongue depressor class A is a medical device, similarly thermometer, etc., etc. Can we, any sense of imagination goes to that extent that X-ray machine is a drug? Answer, any person can give the answer that no, this is not the thing. That is the same position why the medical device industry and their associations were fighting. And when we see the regulatory pathway, constitution comes on the top, then comes any act, then comes rules and regulations, then comes FAQs, circulars, orders, etc., etc. When we have not changed the act and we still came up with new rules, say medical device rules 2017, NDCT rule 2019 and cosmetic rules 2020. Can exactly, legally and strictly speaking, can we come up with the rules without making the desired amendments in the Act? Truly speaking, we are all technocrats sitting over here from industry and the regulators. These were the reasons why country require this drugs, cosmetic and medical device bill to be converted into Act immediately, so that we can answer such tricky and technical questions. Legally, Lalit Goyalji is 100% correct that Legal Meteorology Act, by virtue of its section 26C, is not applicable on the drugs. Now, again, if we say 3B4, then there is no answer, but it is applicable on the medical devices as such. Thank you.
एक बार माइक दिया था ना 3 दिन बात करता है सर. Everything is useful information on the time factor. One observation I observed here, the State Licensing Authority of Telangana, Ramnan sir is there, and Senior Scientific Officer Kiran is there. Nowadays I have observed that regarding labeling defects, the topic is, sir please listen, after that. So regarding labeling, we are talking about the labeling now. Nowadays I observed certain lab reports that misbranded drugs are declared by the analyst. Don't allow, I am telling the officers, if any labeling defect you detect there itself, issue form 15 and issue notice with this one, not to forward up to the government analyst. Government analyst is not required to talk about that one. So, any comments, sir, Ramdan sir?
Yes.
And certain small things, you know, first of all, there is no uniformity regarding prosecution now. Some people are following the CDSO guidelines, and some people are following in a different way. 70% above they are referring to their concerned states, and in our state, in Telangana, Andhra Pradesh also, NSQ means NSQ only. There is, except that misbranded type of, they are not referring. I think IDMA president, BDMA president and other IPA presidents, you should represent that a uniform structure should be there across the India. नहीं तो क्या होता है, एक ही प्रोडक्ट तमिलनाडु में लिफ्ट हो रहा है, एक ही प्रोडक्ट हैदराबाद में लिफ्ट हो रहा है. तमिलनाडु में 70% का स्टेट ड्रग कंट्रोलर को फॉरवर्ड कर रहा है, एंड कमिंग टू तेलंगाना दे आर प्रोसीडिंग फॉर द प्रोसिक्यूशन. सर सिंपल लाइक दिस. क्या होता है, आफ्टर 5 years 10 years, see, detecting and putting a case by a drug inspector, it is a punishment for him. Here punishment for drug inspector and act with further liars. They never allow the case to die. अरे एक बार एक्सेप्ट करो, माफ करे, 1000 रुपए डाल के उसको माफ कर दे तो बोलो तो that fellow never allowed to die. And 10 years, minimum 10 years. एक बार सर अहमदाबाद से इधर आके 5-star होटल में लग के फ्लाइट में आके गए तब मिनिमम 50,000 तो होता है. ऐसा 50,000 10 years he has to follow. The dates देते रहते every time they have to attend. So meanwhile we can utilize such timings in a different way. We can focus more time on detecting the spurious drugs, unwanted, unethical business like that. But small things, it is a Ramkishan sir, keep it in your mind and guide us where to write letter, who to write letter and how to proceed. But a uniform, we are yesterday in our EC meeting, we are telling about a uniform service rules, uniform pay structures, other things. Yes, industry is also asking uniform this prosecution process also. Yes sir.
See, industry has to represent the state government. The state government has to release a letter and the consent and guidelines of the CDSO by the director of the state. So, the industry must first represent to the state government. As it is not being observed in this country, in this state, please kindly give suitable directions to the authority. Then only it is possible.
Yes, that is correct. And alternatively, a common instruction from DCGA also will yield some result. Because all states, all may not be each एक president to 33 states में जाके representation तो नहीं दे सकता है, और 33 states में उसका association का branches भी नहीं हो जाएगा. So, if a certain particular guidelines is given from the DCGA, that will be always advantage for the industry, because when industry is green, the country will be green. They are generators of revenue to the country and for the well-being of the general common people. So always we should, because so many countries, small developing countries, they are always encouraging their industries international level. I am a frequent visitor to America. See, you go and purchase anything. When I was during 90s, I was in Bahrain, Gulf. उधर से कोई बोलता है अरे मेरे को ये लाओ बोले तो मैं कुछ लाता था, I तो first ही will check made in Singapore okay, Japan okay, China फिर बोल के insult कर रहा था. That stage now you go to America, no single from pin to anything except drugs, no single item you will find without made in China. Everything is filled with China. So the countries they are encouraging. They are also rules and regulations are there. They are also following. So we should. It is again because repeatedly I have been telling in several meetings. Industry and regulators are family members like a wife and husband. झगड़ा थोड़ा होना बोल के कोई तो भी झगड़ा नहीं करते and nobody will come to you unless and until your neighbor complaint on you. We don't know. Generally the information we receive most of the times from आपका जेब में से आता है सर, बाहर से नहीं आता, कोई पाकिस्तान बांग्लादेश से नहीं आता. जो आदमी आपका जेब में रहता है उधर से information आता है. So this is the problem. So and welcome to our former director of Telangana, first director Sri Amruta Rao garu. He is here first time. Thank you very much. So he is a retired director of Telangana, and after that the director post is not filled so far, and we expect Ramdan sir will come soon, replace him. And any more? Ramdan sir, just find out where sir is there. How many times? Kamla sir.
11 o'clock.
Huh?
11 o'clock.
Time.
10 minutes on the way చెప్పాను మాట్లాడదాం I'm in touch.
చెప్పండి. మైక్ ఏమైందా? Please come. Mr. Nursing Assistant Controller. Mic పని చేయట్లా?
Sir, 5 minutes. Quotation, sir. Sir, 5 minutes.
ఇంపార్టెంట్ దాంట్లో కూడా సెల్స్ అయిపోయినాయి పోయినట్టు మీకు సెల్స్ అయిపోయినాయి యూజ్
Good morning, all. So I think this is the right platform. The question raised by our police officer is that one related to misconduct, appearance of misconduct. So my doubt is, sir, so at current practice, we want to know the practice of declaration of misconduct drug. So in all the states, because of this platform, now have the representatives from our different states. So the current practice in Telangana is the drug inspector is reporting to the lab. So the laboratory persons are declaring the product as misconduct. So based on the label. So this is the practice is going on in Telangana state. So there is as such the intimation or report or anything is not coming to the notice of LA. After declaration and receiving of the report, we are coming to know that the product is declared as misconduct by the laboratory. This is the current practice is going on in Telangana. So is this right, or is there any amendment or modification in the current practice we are taking up right now, or is there any other procedure being followed by other states? Please let us discuss.
Let me explain. As soon as you get the product, you take a sample, send the comment analyst, you feel that is it misdone. You can give direct to the notice to the firm. You are doing, take action.
Another doubt, sir.
No, how are you writing to the laboratory for declaring it as a misbranded drug?
Not right, sir. Yeah. Our drug inspectors are lifting the sample and sending the sample for analysis to the laboratory.
Okay.
So there itself, after analysis, while making the observations of the label, they are declaring it as misbranded in their report.
Who is declaring it?
The laboratory.
No, I tell you, there is a judgment given by Karnataka High Court as back as in 1975. The court says the facts stated there in the report are conclusive, not the other things. So if he says it is, I give you a solid example. It was a drug which was disinfectant, which we use normally for the fumigation of the formaldehyde solution. It was supposed to be not more than 45% as per IP. So declares local drug control, the laboratory at Hyderabad, Bangalore, Mr. Judge Philip was the then governmentalist. He has declared as not of standard quality because it is containing 65%. IP says not more than 45, it is 65%. Then he has challenged the report to be sent to CDL. CDL also has given a report saying that it contains 70%, still it is of acceptable quality, hence it is standard quality. The Justice the case we went for appeal in the Karnataka High Court, Justice Nesargi, Justice Honorable the Lords Judge, they said The Act says the facts stated therein are conclusive, not the opinion. What are the facts? The facts are those which you have got because of the analysis. The analysis says it's 70%, which is not within the limits. So the government and this does not have a power to change the rule. So the facts only are conclusive. The opinion can be found by anybody. So in this same case, when you say you are sending it, the drug is deemed to be misbranded. It's not necessarily analysis. It's deemed to be. That means anybody can interpret it. So that's wrong.
The label itself.
No, you see. Let me complete. If the government says a no, there's nothing wrong. There's nothing wrong. But you can't take it as a standard saying it is because governmental is declared as not absent and misbranded, you can't take action. It is for you to declare. It's for you to understand. It's for you to.
VI or licensing authority of the concerned state.
Huh?
Who has to declare?
You can declare yourself. You can declare yourself.
So without any consent or any permission from the licensing authority,
I tell you. See, you are the IO. You can take by yourself. Question of permission doesn't come. If you see the permission, even section 32 says, it doesn't say it's a permission is required. You are the only person who is authorized to do or prosecute the people. It doesn't say. If you see 33M, where in Ayurvedic is there, it says with the consent of the controlling authority. But for us 32, it's not there. So you are all powerful to launch prosecutions.
So what is happening there? So while lifting up the samples, the drug inspectors are unable to.
1 second, sir.
In the Bhubaneswar, they will given this branded also, sir.
Just sir, let us stop this discussion here. Chief Guest has arrived.
Let them do this, no problem. Let them give.
Bro, back.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome from Drug Control Officers India Welfare Association and Drug Control Officers Welfare Trust. As I told just now only, we don't want every DAP people are here and every second is important. Today is auspicious day, so many functions are there. We don't want to waste a single second, and my sincere request to all, please keep your mobile phones in airplane mode and try to, this is a hall is a resounding hall. Your small noise also will be disturbing the speakers. And I welcome today's chief guest, Sri V.V. Kamalasan Reddy Garu, since he's joining. So many times I requested him to come. We are ready to conduct some workshops, sir, and sir is because of his fee expenses postponing. To finally asked case and he is immediately accepted for inauguration of the trust. Thank you very much, sir, and I welcome onto the dais Sri Baldev Chaudhary, General Secretary, Vice President Sri Lalit Goyalji. Kindly take him to the dais and I request the great personality, Dr. P.V. Appadirao Garu, former Director General, Former Excel Service. I request Sri Sarmanand Verma our treasurer, and Sri Puran Chen from Uttar Pradesh Assistant Commissioner, our Joint Secretary, to bring him onto the dais and hand over the book. Next. Now I request Madam Kanchan Sinha, State Licensing Authority from Tripura, and Madam Deepika Madam, our CEC member from Gujarat, retired Deputy Drug Controller from SDA, to invite Dr. Virenji Shah, National President, IDM. Our Joint Secretary, Rapan Chaudhary sir from West Bengal, retired Deputy Drug Controllers, and Sri Vishwajit sir, State Licensing Authority from Assam, to invite Sri R.K. Agarwalji, National President, Bulk Drug Manufacturers Association. Sri R.M. Gupta, National President of IT, urgent work, he could not able to attend this event, and I request Jafar Sahab from Kashmir and Chandan Giri from Odisha to invite Sri E. Anmantarao sir, former drug controller from Amman, Andhra Pradesh, to invite us to the guest. And today we have a special guest, as I told so many times, now we visit from local to national and national to international also. We have a special guest here, and I request our senior member, Sri P. Nagaraj Garu, Kola Nagaraj Garu, and our state president, Sri Dr. Venkateshwar Garu, to invite Sri Mutyala Ramaya Garu from University of Minnesota, who is a specialist in working on rare diseases. Please, sir, you are invited onto the dais. I request DCO General Secretary Sri Abdul Chaudhary under the dais. Father, no one will invite. No. And I request Sri our founder, we are three people will say as the founders of this association, and myself, Lalit Goyalji and Rakesh Dahiya. Rakesh Dahiya, because of some other problems, he could not attend. I request Sri Lalit Goyalji to come on. I am not inviting Sri Narendra Ahujaji on the dais because I am going to hand over the mic for not less than 1 hour, and there he will utilize it. So welcome to the dignitaries on the dais and off the dais. Dear friends, and 2022, October 14th, we have registered by name drug control officers India. Actually, it is not India. They are not giving permission for India, so in the bracket I kept as I. They asked me what is I. I said it is Inspector's Bookie. So DCO I Welfare Association. It is from there we have conducted successfully 2 annual congresses and several workshops in different states. And how this organization born and how it is now, I need not tell anybody because people almost all knows how it has become this one. So after conducting 2 annual congress and during last annual congress at Mumbai, in Mumbai, it is decided to form a trust because the main objective of this association is welfare of its members and continuous education. We have been telling repeatedly and our bylaws also says that this association is meant only for welfare of its members and continuous education. So, association में क्या हो रहा है? Sometimes the tax problems and the exemption, ATG exemption problems and so many problems are coming, and people advise to go for a trust, permanent trust. So, with the permission of the Central Executive Committee and General Body meeting, Ramchandra silently, General Body meeting, we have approval and we formed drug control officers welfare trust in the month of 8th January 2025 and 8th January. And today we are here to inaugurate in the golden hands of the great person here, Sri B.V. Kamalasan Reddy Garu, IPS, DG Drugs Control, the Government of Telangana. Before that, I take this opportunity to introduce our EC committee members who are here first time, sir. We are almost 80% of EC members are attended this one. So myself, President G. Koteshwara from Telangana, and Baldev Chaudhary ji, General Secretary from Rajasthan, and Dr. Padmanand Verma, Treasurer from Chhattisgarh, and Mr. Rakesh Dahiya is not come, he is the Organizing Secretary, and Vice President Lalit Kumar Goyal ji from Haryana, and Vice President D.R. Rahane sir, State Licensing Authority from Maharashtra. Slide is there. And Sri V.D. Dobalia is also Vice President and Gujarat Chapter President too. Yes. Right there. And Dr. A. Ramkishan, CDSO, and Madam Kanchan Sinha, State Licensing Authority from Tripura. Just now I came to know that her husband is MLA there. And Manish Kapoor sir is a drug controller at Himachal Pradesh. He is unable to attend. And Joint Secretaries is Mr. Rajkumar V. Jathuke. He is my classmate who is in UPMC. He is a retired Joint Commissioner from Maharashtra. And Dr. S. Umesh, he left just now only. He is a former drug controller at Karnataka. And Mr. Puranchen, Assistant Commissioner from Uttar Pradesh. And Madam Deepika Chauhan, the retired Deputy Drug Controller and Deputy Commissioner from Gujarat. And Mr. Chandan Kumar Giri, Drug Inspector from Odisha. Recently, he has been appointed as a coordinator by the Chief Minister of that state to develop pharma industry. And Mr. Amit Kumar Bansal, retired Assistant Inspector from Uttar Pradesh. And Mr. Viswajit Talukdar, State Licensing Authority and Drug Controller from Assam. And EC members, Mr. Anand Kirosani from Pondicherry, State Licensing Authority and Drug Controller, just now only India. And Mr. Venkatesh Sinari from Goa, he met with a small accident, with fracture, he could not attend. Madam Garima Sharma from Uttar Pradesh, and Dr. M.N. Sridhar, Drug Controller from Tamil Nadu, and Ashutosh Kumar Chube from Uttar Pradesh, and Madam Mahalakshmi from Kerala, and Mr. Dr. Jafar Ahmed, Drug Controller from Jammu and Kashmir, and Mr. Idab Kiritai from Meghalaya, and Mr. Ibam Ide, who came all the way from Arunachal Pradesh, and Mr. Neeraj Kumar from Uttarakhand, and Mr. Vinal Kanti Sarkar from Tripura, and Mr. Tapan Chaudhary from West Bengal. This is about the introduction of our Drug Control Officers India Welfare Association, and now I will give the details of the Welfare Trust Board members. Koteshwar Rao as a chairman, and Mr. Anil Goyal as a co-chairman for the Welfare Trust, and Dr. A. Ramkishan is the treasurer for the Welfare Trust, and Dr. Hemanji Koshia, Commissioner FDA Gujarat, is the managing trustee. Because of tomorrow their sessions, assembly sessions are there, he could not get permission to leave the headquarters. Rakesh Dahiya from Delhi, Haryana, and Dr. Manish Kapoor, Drug Controller from Himachal Pradesh, and Mr. Puran Chand, State Commissioner from Uttar Pradesh, and Mr. Rajkumar Jaduke from Maharashtra, and V.D. Dubaria from Gujarat, and D.R. Rahane from Maharashtra, and Dr. S. Umesh. With 11 members, we formed this trust, and before going to next session, within 3-4 minutes, Ramna Reddy, within 3-4 minutes, I will write, read important bylaws, the aims and objects, I can say. The objects of the trust shall be of the following: to establish, maintain and run schools, colleges, social service, catering training institutes, to hold, arrange and organize meetings, lectures, talks, discussions, seminars, symposia, conferences, competitions, research and study visits, tours, excursions, exhibitions, debates and other cultural activities, sports, games, etc. To associate the society with any similar organization both in India and abroad, and to receive funds through contributions, subscriptions, donations, aids, grants from government, non-government sources in India and abroad, and to spend such funds for the promotion of the objectives of the trust to advancement of public utility and relief of the poor and needy. To acquire and maintain the movable and immovable properties in the name of trust for achieving the objectives of the trust. To confer title on eminent personality in the field of pharmacy, science and technology, education, literacy. To promote patriotism, leadership and social services activities among rural youth, and to foster most values in different sections of society. To affiliate, federate, collaborate or subscribe or to associate with any other trust or societies having their similar objectives, each in part or in whole, whether in India or outside in India. To enter any arrangement with any government authority, central, state, municipal or otherwise in pursuance of the objects of the trust, and to obtain from any such government or other authorities all rights, grants, concessions and privileges which may be conducive to the trust objectives of any firm. To undertake any other activity incidental to carrying out the objects of the trust. To take care of welfare and continuous education of life members of Drug Control Officers and Welfare Association DCO, uplifting of drug regulatory professions in India. I am reading this again. To take care of welfare and continuous education of life members of Drug Control Officers Welfare Association, uplifting of drug regulators profession in India. To support deceased families of working drug control officers in India. The two life members. So far, we have helped to non-members only, non-members only, but now we are strengthened with, as on today, 1,485 life members. And within 15 days, we will reach 1,500. So, to organize, assist, conduct, undertake various activities for development of the regulators in India for their health, education, empowerment and welfare. And we are also not fixed to only our welfare, and we have created various WhatsApp groups, and we have created DCO well-wishers group. We have created all national professional body presidents WhatsApp group also, and we have created a webinar committee and different things. One by one we are doing adding. And yesterday night we had fifth Central Executive Committee meeting at the headquarters of this association, and I am happy to announce that the moment the trust is born, immediately I got approval to purchase a permanent office building at Hyderabad. We have got about 1 crore rupees in the bank, sir. That amount keeping in the bank, nothing is waste, and as the real estate is going on, one way it will be a appreciation we will get, and the other way we will be having a permanent building. So apologies, sir, no, because I was worked under him and I trained under him. Whatever I will be put in front of my EC committee, and I will see that it will be executed. So immediately decision here within 1 week. Yesterday we went to the place also. Here the last 2 people who are sitting there is actually a professor, retired professor at Veterinary University, Dr. A. Chandrasekhar, and his wife Madhuri. They are in the field of construction by name this infrastructure, and with so many discussions with them, bargaining from 1 crore to be bring to 80 lakhs, and we finally then within 6 months we will be having a permanent office building for this trust. No prolonging. And I am happy to share, sir, this year our 3rd annual Congress. Actually, Pallavi's 10th anniversary is July 3rd, and our association has decided to conduct every year annual Congress in July 2nd Saturday and Sunday. This year we are conducting 3rd annual Congress at the prestigious Ramos Film City during July 11th and 12th, sir. And I promising you, sir, and I want a word from you also. You are retiring in the month of April, but you will be the chief guest for that event, though you are the speaker. So many people, everybody want to interact with you. One gentleman has asked, sir, from other state, sir, it is duplicate medicines and courier that means no proper enforcement is not there in Telangana. I said, I will send Dr. Kamlasan Reddy to you, and he will make 5 times than Telangana. That reply I was given. Once when I was in our government laboratory, sir, we used to generate more narco-standard drugs. ये भी DC CDSO में जहाँ इतना ज़्यादा क्यों आ रहा है तेलंगाना में बोलते हैं that time combined Andhra Pradesh. We are doing, and I was given by microbiology department, sir. 70% of the steroid drugs we repeatedly testing only we declared almost most of them as in failed in sterility or bacterial endotoxin tests. So that means I told also to Kamlasan Reddy, sir, when he was initially came, he joined on that day. I went to USA. From there on, I spoken to him. I told, sir, my officers are not my officers. Our officers are sincere and highly educated and talented people. Only we need a correct direction. And they got first time in total entire drug control industry, they got a correct director and he is getting a correct directions. And my dear friends, just to follow, you make a SOPs and don't see that Kamlasan Reddy sir retired, you continue this flow. Because Telangana Drug Controller Department now it is become internationally recognized one, and recently sir was telling that Interpol also appreciated the efforts taken. So take this opportunity. From now onwards, each and every second under the SARS guidance is important for you. Make some SOPs, Ramdan sir, and see that people may come and people may go. In the Telugu, there movies there. Police commissioners వస్తుంటారు పోతుంటారు చండీగఢ్ లోకల్ అని. So sir, SOPs and cases no deviation will come, how the investigation is going on. Most of the times you are wasting on getting constitutional particulars and other things, and 70% I am proudly telling that now that problem is not facing anywhere, and if anyone don't get any reply within 7 days or within 10 days, please inform me. I will speak to the drug controller on the same night, and within 3 days from my communication you will receive that one. It is happening also. Don't waste your money and time and other things for nonsense things. And where the information is not coming, you catch the neck of the person where you returned the sample. You pressure him. It is your responsibility. नहीं तो आपके ऊपर आ जाता है prosecution and बोल के. So that is one factor. Second one is we are getting 100%. Anywhere a licensed company is there for that state, the director will be there. I am maintaining a all state SLA WhatsApp group too. Whenever such problem is there, this time posting in that group, within 24 hours we are getting the results. This is the greatness of this association, and even from the industry also, if any specific some problem is, generally industry people will ask only to, they want thoda jaldi mein aana hai. They will follow everything rules and regulations. Kal karne ka aaj karo bol ke. That is the only request they will do, and that also I am supporting because of industry we are here, we are standing here. Without your support, it is merely impossible to stand. So every association again related with the economics and financially. So without this, everything is happened with the support of industry only, and for that I am thankful to BDMA President, IDMA President, OPBA President, and whomever are involved in developing this one. And we are also planning, sir, every month in one state we are conducting second Saturday one workshop, and if you allow us, we want to conduct a workshop on the next day, Sunday, to the industry also, that area industry people. We don't want any charge, nothing, just we will come with our money, but we will have our own facilities, but वो event के दिन आए तो lunch को थोड़ा खाना खिला के छोड़ देना बस. We have number one experts, whatever you have, so many, because company, see, India is upgrading and its rules are strengthening. Why? Because we want to meet the international standards, not to close the companies. So many people, itna ka nahi kar sakta hai, we will close. Aisa 60% replies I am getting, sir. So ये बराबर नहीं है, sir. You can within the less investment also. 90% of non-compliance is because of poor documentation, sir. People are doing, but they are not writing. That is the problem, and such problems can be solved by continuous education, and we are ready to do the service to the industry too. And with this, now the next session is the inauguration of the DCY Welfare Trust. I request Sri B.B. Kamalasan Reddy Garu to inaugurate the trust with his golden hands. Dr. P.V. Appaji Rao sir to address the gathering. I am not giving any introduction to all the speakers, no need of introduction.
Thank you, Kodishwara. Most respected Kamalasan Garu, Kiranji, Agarwalji, my colleague, Hanumantarao Garu, Koyalji, Ramay Rakaramay Garu, Chaudharyji, and Ramkishanji, great personalities, Bhaviraji, and several other dignitaries from all over India, making me so happy as a pharma professional and also as a farmer drug regulator of 70s and 80s, not now. Having been in government, an extremely good opportunity to see this sort of activity taken up by Kodishwara Garu, and Dynamic Dahiyaji and others. God gave me an opportunity as a pharmacist to be there before you right from 1975 when I was drugs inspector in combined government of Andhra. Most probably very few people of that time, except my colleague Hanumantarao, who is there. And also as a pharmacist, National Pharma Pricing Authority, moving there and contributing as a pharmacist to price services, contributing as a pharmacist to global export facilitations and others, all from regulator, all from the life and birth of a regulator. Seeing and enjoying and thanking God, whatever we have been doing, what we are doing, and how we have contributed to the provision of pharmacy and to the growth of pharma sector. Now, young lady is here. I am seeing how these things are going on. Amritrao Garu also has helped the country and city a lot. Now, Kodishwara Garu and the team, right from 75, if I take up the day I joined in as a drug inspector in drug control. Fortunately, first time, taking the all India regulators, I have in Delhi I have watched how the central drug control from state and from all angles. But an opportunity given, and it is in the name of Kodishwara who has taken up the lead, taking up the entire country with him, making all the regulators on one platform. And not only that, he is taking retired people, even I was a drugs control officer. Later on, when some drug control officer, people say that he is no longer drug control office person, but I was a pharma person in MPPA, like the pharma regulatory, formats are whatever. Those are being recognized by our friends like Kodishwara Garu and others. The way in this team is doing for the purpose of regulatory professionals' growth, educating them, and most happiest thing I have observed, the way in which wherever there is a problem with the regulator, family, or unfortunate events, it is not only talking and telling, but going to their house, collecting some funds, taking care of the family of the deceased is something extraordinary. As professionals, that what is happening never happened. From 75, I am telling, actively looking into regulatory matters, drug controllers, government of India, government of Andhra, or as an outside internship professional, as advisor to Agarwal or BDMA, almost all types of expert I am having at this age of 75. My 75 years age, happily enjoying, watching, thanking God for whatever is happening to our Indian pharma profession. And I request Kodishwara Garu and the dynamic team, Ahujaji, I am observing how you are, after retirement, how you are really supporting our pharma provision, Ramkishanji and Goyalji, something extraordinary contribution. I honestly want to confess that is what is required as a pharmacist, as a pharma person we have done. God has given to regulator additional opportunity of supporting, regulating, looking after this. Kamala Sanji's contribution, I think most of you are aware. And again, sir, my longest exposure, God given opportunity to me. The way in which, as an IPS officer, is contributing to the welfare and health of the people. The contributions he has found not only from industry, outside and from standards angle or GMP angle. Excellent thing, good combination. What is Ragharu told that he wants to even support the industry with BDMA support. You can also please contact and try to see all India officers. They come and share their experiences for the industry. Has also several times announced as a person from regulation, as a person from other pharmacy export promotion facilitator, or as a price control, or in the industry now, or with a background of pharma industry family. I really observe, appreciate, and thankful to God, thankful to all of you, thankful to young leaders. This is to be continued, and regulators have to show and give that service to all. A God-given opportunity to drug regulators. Let us remember, let us do our best. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir. Yes, last recent our second annual Congress, Agarwal sir was telling actually, generally we will sit opposite side and we will ask the regulator to sit on the dais. It is reverse. So it is a new trend has started because again I am telling we are family members. It's a relation is just like a wife and husband. I cannot say who is wife and who is husband. It is a relationship with us. And now I am proudly announcing in front of you that Drug Control Officers India Welfare Association is the world's largest drug regulatory association with total number of 85 official live members with having serial number and ID cards and other things. And today here Dr. Muttiala Ramaya Garu from University of Minnesota, United States of America. Last 3 months I am hunting him to be here, and actually he has meeting somewhere with Sipla last Mumbai. He cancelled that and he is here. Now I request you address about this association.
Thank you, Coach Karul. It's really an honor for me to be here and being with the guests of this gathering. I'm really fortunate to be here. I represent, I'm from Khammam, the native of Telangana. However, I left the country almost 54 years ago. Still, I have something to give back to the country. That's why I'm doing what I'm doing today. In about 20+ years ago, we started an organization called Indian Organization for Rare Diseases. It's perhaps some of you may or may not know, in our country, there are more than 90 million people having rare conditions, suffering from 7,000 rare diseases. Only 5% of them have some kind of treatments, no cures. Usually 80% of children are affected. Many of them don't even see their birth. Yet, somehow, our country have not noticed these people. That's one thing I wanted to bring to your attention. Second, Hyderabad is the center for drugs. Everybody in the world knows where Hyderabad is. And now, I just mentioned to you that only 5% of them have drugs, treatments for the rare diseases. Is there anything drug companies can do to make these drugs available for these people at affordable cost? Some of them are too expensive. Nobody can even afford it, not only in this country, but even abroad as well. Yet, we know that that our pharmaceuticals companies are very, very talented. They can do miracles. I have seen, I started my career in Hyderabad at IDPL many years ago. I know where the industry was and where industry is and where it is going to go. So it is my privilege and honor to ask you, think about those unfortunate people, what we can do. And that's number one. The other thing I wanted to see, drug companies are here. Please don't misunderstand me. They are there to make money. But at the same time, be considerate, be helpful, be compassionate for these people. At the same time, how can you make these drugs available for these people at an affordable cost? And at the same time, sir, no country, no industry will survive unless there is support from the government. And I'm asking the government to do something for the industry as well. For example, in the United States, there is an Orphan Drug Act that provides the incentive to the pharma companies to make these drugs simply because the patients are very few. Making the drugs available for them is hard. That's why they were given some incentives. Unfortunately, that Orphan Drug Act does not work for us at this time. So we have to have our own drug act for this. About 2-3 years ago, I submitted a request to the government of India. These are the requests, incentives to be given. The PDMA people and other people have actually supported that. And I went to the industry and said, do you think that is worthwhile? They are very supportive. We even wrote the letters that we need this one. And we still not have it. The other thing I'm arguing is, see, everybody should have a name. If you don't have a name, you don't even know that you exist. At this time, orphan drugs, rare disease, nobody knows where they are with it. So I'm arguing to have an office dedicated for the orphan drugs or rare diseases somewhere, either Ministry of Health or CDS or somewhere else. Again, how it is done, it had to be done. We also made this request to the government. Still, it is not happening. So it is my request to all become part of this mission. Make this sure that these unfortunate people give some voice to them. Many times they don't even exist. I'm sure that some of you have relatives and friends with rare conditions, but you don't know that. You don't even recognize it. And we are not even doing anything to them. We are actually putting them down, not able to identify. We are hiding them, to be honest. So what is happening by doing that one, nothing is going to happen unless we speak up. And I only ask you, I don't want to take too much of your time, but please do think about those people. They are our citizens. They are our friends, our people. We cannot, a civilized society cannot just ignore it. Make them part of us. Thank you.
Actually, me too. Not only me, many of us don't know what is rare disease. Unfortunately, one of our member, daughter, Sanjay, a CDSO officer from Ghaziabad. His daughter was suffering from some rare disease, and we came to know that he needs some help. Then only we started some urging the people, not only from this and from the industry also, and from our end we could be able to procure about nearly 1 crore rupees at that time, sir, from the industry and the GS also. We posted in some of your groups also, and we got result, and from our end totally. At that time, I don't know how he got my name. Sir has entered, and from there he is hunting. You come to my place, you come to my place. And this time, yes sir, I am coming to you. And whatever the proposals you want to do from our association and from Hyderabad, just put it in a paper and forward to me and guide us what to do. We will try to meet. We may not here, not today, but one day definitely we will meet that requirement for the betterment of Indian poor people. Thank you, sir.
I forgot to mention one thing. Every year, world celebrates World Rare Disease Day on the last day of February. We have been doing for the 13 years we did Delhi, Calcutta, Lucknow, Hyderabad, Khammam, you name it. And this year we are doing it in Vijayawada. If you have friends and relatives, please attend them. The purpose of this one is to raise the awareness, and identify who they are and where they are. Unless we know how many people are there, it's difficult for the policymakers to do policy. It is difficult to make drugs for them unless we know who they are. Please tell your friends somewhere else. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now may I request Dr. Viren Shah, former president of IDMA and present spokesperson for IDMA, who came all the way from the Gujarat, on my special request, please.
Thank you, sir. Very good morning. Most respected Dr. Kamalasan Reddy, the Drug Controller of Telangana, Dr. Appaji, the most senior person in this industry and supporting pharmacy for a long time. Shri R.K. Agarwal, the president of VDMA. Dignitaries on the dais, Dr. Ramkishan, very good friend and very strong voice in India as far as drug regulations are concerned. First of all, my congratulations to Koteshwar Rao and the entire association for this inauguration of our trust and the wonderful activities that they are doing. It is also heartening to see that the association is represented through officers across India, right from, we have a friend from Jammu and Kashmir, to Orissa in the east, Manipur, Gujarat on this side, Telangana. So we have representations from across India into an association that is led by a very strong leader who wants to make a mark. So I'm reminded of one incident that happened in Ramayana, and we have a wonderful temple now of Lord Sri Ram, and we have a wonderful temple of Lord Sri Ram in Ayodhya. We are all very proud of that legacy that we all carry. If you see the various characters of Ramayana, we have temples for a very small character called Shabri. But we do not have a temple for somebody called Sushen. Now, who this gentleman is, Sushen? Now, when Lakshmanji was hit and there was a medical emergency and he was to be treated, Ramji called this gentleman who was a wife, so I would put it as a corollary of a pharmacist in today's world, between a doctor and a pharmacist. And it is he who guided Hanumanji to go to a certain place and bring a certain jadi bhuti and treat Lakshmanji. And so probably I think he had a very big role to play in making sure that Lakshmanji could survive and the entire story went forward. Yet today, we do not have even a small temple in his memory, a small place in his memory. So I think what Koteshwar Rao ji is doing in a sense is trying to bring pride to the pharmacists and the pharma professions in India and telling the world that our contribution to the society is very important. And that is where I see him collaborating with the industry and other elements of the society that bring the good name for India. Now, what we have done in the last 20 years, if you see the data of products being sold within India and exported, I think about 8 or 9% was the failure ratio in terms of NSQs of the products that were manufactured in India. And the spurious was something just below 1%. I think 0.6 or something around 0.6% was the amount of sample that were detected found to be spurious. In the last 20 years, both the regulators and the industry, we have all worked closely. And what have we achieved? I think in the last results that were published in the Parliament, the Honourable Minister had given a statement in the Parliament some few months back. The NSQ has now come from almost 10% to approximately 2.3 to 2.4%. The spurious drugs, which is a very big menace, has come down from 0.6% to 0.04%. And this has not happened overnight, it has taken 20 years. But it also means that for 20 years, the industry and the regulators have worked very hard to make sure that the right message has gone to everybody involved, right from the API manufacturing to the last retail store anywhere in India. And because of the concentrated efforts of everybody, we are trying to bring this change. Another impact that we have all created, and sir, since I understand you are an IPS officer, so I'm just giving you another perspective for you to understand the contribution of the regulators and the industry. The average life expectancy in India in the last 20 years, so between 2000 and 2020, and this study was done in 2021 because that was post-COVID, has increased from 63.2 years to 67.3 in the 20 years, right? Which is about 1040 weeks, let's say 52 weeks per year. So in about 1040 weeks, we as a nation have been able to add 1500 days. 4.1 years is approximately 1500 days. So in approximately 1000 weeks, we have been able to add 1500 days of extra life to people. Which means we are all working at a pace of adding 1.5 day of extra life to a common man in India every week. And this is the kind of contribution that we are all trying to make. Of course, like every other industry and every other profession, there would be people who are not committed to the good things. And I see your WhatsApp messages very often of the good work that you are doing as well as other regulatory bodies are doing. And that is very important that we all work together to catch such people who are defaming the name of the country and are not doing good for the society. But I can tell you, sir, that by and large, the industry is also committed towards quality. In fact, there was a very recent report that we got launched to the August hands of Shri Duelji on this 8th of February of the future of this industry in the next 25 years. The Honorable Prime Minister talks of an Amrit Kal from now to 2047 and what could be done. And on one hand, we speak that we all aspire that the Indian economy will grow from approximately 3.5 trillion to almost between 30 to 35 trillion in this period. At the same time, the Indian pharma industry, which is approximately 50-55 billion today, we are likely to scale to 500 billion, or almost between 450 to 500 billion, and this is the kind of opportunity we all see. And in this report, sir, certain areas have been identified. What they have given an acronym called QURATE, Q-U-R-A-T-E. Q stands for quality, R stands for regulatory harmonization, A is the accessibility of the drugs that Professor Ramaya was just talking about. Drugs of certain diseases is not accessible to people. Accessibility is another area we are trying to address. T stands for the talent pool, and E is the entrepreneurial innovation. We need to entrepreneurize the innovation. Innovation is happening in silos in India, but to transform from value leadership to transform from volume leadership that we currently have to a value leadership. Innovation has to be supported. There are so many diseases like chikungunya, for example, which are very Indian specific, and probably the world is not ready to invest into innovation of those drugs. There are so many niches that India have. For example, we are the largest producers of Isabgol in the world. We are probably the only producer of Isabgol in the world. Yet we don't see any innovation in how we can improve, the plant, or how can it be medicinally extended to other areas. We are also the largest legal producer of opium in the world. So opium is produced in many parts in the world, but we are the largest legal producer. Can we use this advantage to do some innovation in certain drugs by extracting some alkaloids or some drugs that would probably not be addictive, yet bring the desired therapeutic results? So a lot of things are there that could be done. And in the words of Dr. Gupta, Michael Gupta, in one of the seminars he said that if we have to do all this, we'll have to work on AIR. And this AIR is nothing but a collaboration of academics, industry and regulators. And if there is a collaboration of AIR, I think nothing is impossible for this country. And in this particular collaboration, I sincerely appreciate the initiative done by Dr. Koteshwar Rao and the team for bringing people on one stage. And on behalf of India's industry, I assure you, sir, that we'll be always happy to collaborate and bring better future for India. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. In a single word, the summary of this one is to provide a right, there are 4 R's are there, to provide a right medicine at the right time to a right patient at the right price to the people of the Republic of India. So right medicine at the right time. Patient mar ja raha hai, if you give tomorrow, there is no use. And to a right patient. बोले तो जो भी drug addict है and will be claims as a patient, no. So who exactly is and at a right price. This was the ultimate goal of everything, organizations and everything, industry, everything is this one. And may I request Sri D. Hanumantarao Garu, former Director, Drug Control Administration, comment on the Pradesh to speak. Just to bless us.
All the dignitaries of the virus and my personal friends. I know Mr. Bode is not right from his day number 1 year joined the Drug Control Department, in the Analytical Department. He has given me a chance to speak to you all in the evening hours on the prosecutions and all. So I don't like to speak right now because I have given another chance. I thank you very much for giving me an opportunity. I congratulate you for this. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And now I request Sri R.K. Agarwal ji, National President, Bulk Drug Manufacturers Association, India, to address the meeting.
Chairman of the Trust, Mr. Koteshwar, all the dignitaries of the dais and of the dais. I take warm felicitations from my own self and the Bulk Drug Manufacturers Association on this occasion of inauguration of the trust, and it is a very useful and milestone in the journey of pharmaceuticals, because the welfare trust, as explained by Mr. Koteshwar, has many things to do, has many important things to do. As the industry is moving forward in its journey towards global recognition, I think the drug control officers and the regulators possibly have to move at the same pace. He has rightly said husband-wife. I would say we are contemporaries and we are two sides of the same coin. So I think we have a role to play, the industry has a role to play, and the regulators have to play a role and have to be vigilant, has to be visible in the global landscape. We are one of the important players in the global arena, but our regulators possibly less visible in the global scenario. I think we should be the one who should formulate the global policies, and because I think we are not getting the kind of recognition that we should get even today. Like for example, EU, in spite of having WHO GMP inspections, we are being asked to produce EU written confirmation, which we feel is a duplication. And it's not applicable to all the countries, it is applicable to India. We see no reason why it should be applicable, because once we have WHO GMP approval, and if you honor it, you don't need EU written confirmation. But anyway, it's a part of the journey, it's just one of mention, and needs to be handled at an appropriate time. Second thing, the training of the officers is a very, very crucial step. Industry is learning through various global auditors which are coming and inspecting them. I think for threat control officers, maybe they can provide a forum for training them to the international standards. I would especially like to mention here that our system of import of drugs in the country needs to be relooked. Because we are saying that China is not taking drugs, and we want to reduce the dependence on China. But at the same time, we are allowing them a free access to the market without even verifying thoroughly whether the drugs are coming from the right source. For example, we are registering certain products in China, and we see the regulatory system and the kind of questions being asked. I think to answer those questions, we have to generate so much of data that it will cost at least ₹1 crore in terms of impurity generation, in terms of method validation, in terms of analytical services, and in terms of so many other things. I'm not sure whether our approval systems are that rigid, and I think besides providing a roadblock, it will also ensure that we get medicines from the right source. So I think drug control department regulators have a very important role to play to bring this industry the recognition that it possibly deserves. And I think with these few words, I think he has a mandate in terms of your association, in terms of the trust, and I'm sure they will do a lot of things. Our association, our setup is open. Whenever you can start the first training center from BDMA, and we offer our facilities and the services to start this, kick off this training center. Thank you.
Sir, 2 points, sir, I raised. One is training at international standards. Yes, we do have. We do have capacity to meet the international standard training, sir. Our great Ramkishan sir recently approved by WHO, and is some committee member very 3 months, 6 months. And recently, first time, Kamlas and Reddy sir has took initiation and sent some 1 or 2 officers to other countries. I think, yeah, we are trained and we have capabilities. Don't think that the other country fellow has got some additional energy. They cannot pronounce pharmacopoeia or pharmaceutics properly. We are far better, because I have been connected with so many people. Don't think that other country means they are very, very expert. And the senior vice president from Arabindo Prasad is there. He will sometimes we will joke at how full questions they are asking like that. So many auditing based so yes, we can if with your support we can start that international regulatory system soon. And second thing is one small issue you face delay in licensing issues and other things. And most of the times my experiences says bada companies, very big companies, they never depended on a professional graduates. They were filing with your liaison officer who failed in BA, become another thing. And एक बार मेरे जैसे आदमी फाइल चेक करे तो इसमें 100 spelling mistakes रहता है, wording mistakes रहता है, IP को BP लगता है, 300 को 400 लगता है. So many things it is happened. So I request the industry kindly give priority to the pharmacy graduates only because they are professionally 4 years they studied and they know what is the spelling of pharmacopoeia and what is the difference between soap and bathing bath. Even garbage company also we see I think it is sir, 50 lakhs worth of goods and their big team has come from Mumbai and they targeted all drug control people. And when Ananta Sen Reddy sir was there and he called me, I told them only single word. All the people were said, Sardar Reddy madam was also there. I told a single word. I don't want to speak to any person in your team who studied pharmacy. I told. They said no. I don't want our powers are within the limits of Drugs and Cosmetic Act only. I will speak to the person who studied Drugs and Cosmetic Act only. Next time, please come with a pharmacist vocabulary. They don't know the difference between bathing bar and soap. So always my sincere request to get the things very important. 90% of the problem is documentation only. Now may I request our General Secretary Sri Baldev Chaudhary ji small bhashan dena.
Drug Control Officers India Welfare Association आज के इस वेलफेयर ट्रस्ट के इनॉग्रेशन और वर्कशॉप के इस प्रोग्राम में हमारे चीफ गेस्ट बीबी कमलासन रेड्डी जी, our respected G. Koteshwar Rao President, DCO Dr. P.V. Appaji Rao sir, Dr. Viranchi Shah, National President IDMA, Sri R.K. Agarwal ji, BDMA President, our founder Sri Lalit Goyal sir, respected Dr. Ramkishan ji, the vibrational personality, Ahuja ji sir, all the respected EC members from across India, Telangana state regulators and all the dignitaries. आज के इस ड्रग कंट्रोल ऑफिसर्स इंडिया वेलफेयर ट्रस्ट के इनॉग्रेशन के फंक्शन पर आपको बताना चाहूंगा कि सभी लोगों का एक ही ध्येय है कि आम जन को किस तरीके से सही दवा, गुणवत्तापूर्ण दवा किस तरीके से मिले। और इसी कड़ी के अंदर ड्रग कंट्रोल ऑफिसर्स इंडिया वेलफेयर एसोसिएशन के द्वारा समय समय पर ट्रेनिंग्स प्रोग्राम्स किए जा रहे हैं। साथ ही एसोसिएशन के द्वारा अपने अधिकारियों के हितों की रक्षा करने के लिए जिस तरीके से मुंबई कॉन्फ्रेंस के दौरान ये महसूस हुआ कि ट्रस्ट होना चाहिए और डेफिनेटली आज सब लोगों की उपस्थिति में ट्रस्ट का इनॉग्रेशन हो रहा है और ये बहुत जरूरी है अपने हितों की रक्षा करने के लिए या कोई भी वेलफेयर एक्टिविटी के लिए। जैसा कि सर ने बताया कि एटीजी का एग्जम्पशन हो या किसी भी परिस्थिति में किसी की हेल्प करनी हो तो ट्रस्ट की बहुत महत्वपूर्ण आवश्यकता थी। और मैं आदरणीय रेड्डी साहब को विश्वास दिलाता हूं कि जब से ये एसोसिएशन का फॉर्मेशन हुआ है तब से लेकर के आज के डेट में इंटर स्टेट कोऑर्डिनेशन जो बढ़ा है पूरे भारत के अंदर। पहले देखा जाता था कि किस तरीके से स्पूरियस और नारकोटिक्स दवाओं के दुरुपयोग करने वाले लोग पर्टिकुलर स्टेट में करके दूसरे स्टेट में चले जाते थे। बाय द कोऑर्डिनेशन, बाय द वाइब्रेशनल डायनेमिक लीडरशिप ऑफ जी कोटेश्वर राव अभी इस स्थिति में है कि बहुत सारे कल्प्रिट्स बिहाइंड द बार्स है और डेफिनेटली आपको विश्वास दिलाते हैं कि आम व्यक्ति को गुणवत्तापूर्ण दवा किस तरीके से मिले, हम भरसक प्रयास आप लोगों के सबके सहयोग से करेंगे, इंडस्ट्री को साथ लेकर चलेंगे। जय हिंद, जय भारत, धन्यवाद।
And we have left over our chief guest to speak, and after that we have a technical session by Sri Narendra Ahujaji before lunch, and after lunch Sri D. Hanumantarao, and I request all the dignitaries not to leave after lunch. And now may I request today's chief guest, the great personality from Telangana, feeling proud of him, Sri V.V. Kamalasan Reddy garu. Kindly all people, it is not Kamal Hassan Reddy, it is Kamal Hassan Reddy. Please note, so many times people are addressing me like that. I also, sir, addressed earlier. It is not Kamal, it is with the love of his father was a teacher, and Kamal Hassan is something, a flower that is different. I am keeping in that. You should take a place the name as Kamal Hassan Reddy. Next time, don't repeat it, don't call Kamal Hassan. He is an actor and he is a regulator now, and I request Kamal Hassan Reddy sir to address this gathering and bless us.
Good afternoon, everyone. On this very good occasion of inauguration of drug control officers welfare trust, I would like to extend hearty congratulations to Koteshwar Rao and all his team members. The wonderful job and the wonderful work this association has been carrying out all these years. And the dignitaries on the dais, Sri Dr. Appaji garu, Dr. Viranji Shah garu, R.K. Agarwal garu, Dr. Ramay garu, Mr. Chaudhary, Sri Hanumantarao garu, Sri Goyal garu, and more importantly, Sri Koteshwar garu, Dr. Ramakishan, Rajamoli garu, and all the ladies and gentlemen. Several stalwarts are here, eminent persons, stalwarts, veterans, and from several states, the regulators are also here. I deem it as my privilege and honor to be here as chief guest on the occasion of inauguration of this trust. Just after my posting to drug control administration as DG, Mr. Koteshwar spoke and he introduced himself. I never met him before. He sent a congratulatory message, and he also conveyed that he was traveling 2 years, and as soon as he comes back, he will meet me. And in between, he sent a lot of messages, a lot of information, which I went through and which I found very useful in understanding the department and his activities of the department. Basically, I belong to police service, Indian police service. I never worked out of police department, but the first time I came out of police department to get this organization. Initially, I could not understand the department or the functioning of the department. I struggled a lot, and I read a lot of information available on the internet and also from briefing from the officers. Initially, I was confused between what is the bun drug and APA. And this type of confusion was there. But after some time, I understood that whole clarity was there. After initial struggling I could figure out what needs to be done and what is my role. And accordingly, I went ahead. We have got very good team. It is a wonderful team Telangana. All our officers are very, very experienced and highly committed officers. With my experience of 30 years of service in the police department, we implement certain principles. Basically 80-20 principle and program theory of late when Telangana was formed after bifurcation of Andhra Pradesh. These two principles were implemented in the 80-20 principle and then broken into theory. 80-20 principle says that 80% of the crime occurs in 20% of the geographical area by 20% of the criminals. That means 20% of the criminals contributes to the 80% of the crime. And we have to identify the criminals who are contributing 80% of the crime and the places where this 80% of the crime is happening. Accordingly, we have to focus our resources at these 80% of the places, at these 20% of the places, and all these 20% of the criminals so that society will be stable. And then second principle is broken window theory. Broken window theory is small crimes, if they are ignored, that leads to serious crime. If you find a broken window, people tend to throw stones at those windows, which results in more damage to the building than that structure. That is the meaning of this broken window theory. Then once these two principles once we started implementing these two principles, the crime has come down drastically in Telangana. Earlier, a lot of chain snatchings used to take place, a lot of burglaries, a lot of robberies, and crime against women. Then after understanding the crux of the issue, we could control the crime to a great extent. And these two principles can be applied anywhere, in all the departments, all the wings, all sectors, including our homes also. We started implementing these two principles in our department also, the control administration. We have identified where exactly these violations are taking place, who are the contributors, on whom we have to focus. Once we got that clarity, then things started improving. As several stalwarts spoke on this occasion before me, the industry as a whole, nobody wants to earn crores of rupees overnight. This business, they have to continue the business, the industry will continue, the business will continue. Nobody wants to land up in trouble. That is the reason we have to focus on those people who are violating. And most important is containing these spurious drugs managed. We are as drug regulator, we are the custodians of the public health. People have tremendous faith in the system. A patient or patient attendant going to the medical shop or purchasing medicines, they will never suspect that the medicines which they purchase from the medical shop will be spurious or substandard. They have that faith and trust in the system. As drug regulators, we are the custodians. Since we are the custodians, we have to live up to the expectations of the people. And if we fail in our duty, people will suffer, and anybody can be a victim. Anybody going to the medical shop, nobody knows whether the medicine they are purchasing are spurious, are substandard, are genuine medicine. And all of you are aware the incidents which brought bad name to the pharma industry, particularly certain incidents in Gambia, Uzbekistan and other countries. They brought very bad name to the country's pharma sector. Because of the selfishness of few people, industry is suffering, industry got bad name, country got bad name, our image is affected. And recently, in West African countries also, Nigeria, tramadol tablets, high dosage, high density, high dosage, high strength tramadol tablets, they are being supplied to Nigeria, which brought very bad into the country. That is the reason we are focusing on these violators, particularly. Our focus is totally on controlling this menace of spurious drugs, and then also at the same time we are supporting the industry's growth also. And as Mr. Koteshwaram told, our officers, they are struggling to get constitutional particulars. And I think this Drug Control Officers Welfare Association, that coordination being taken up by the association is helping a lot in getting the constitutional particulars and carrying out the investigation and effective coordination across the country. The really commendable job being done by Drug Control Officers Welfare Association, and the service rendered by the association in helping the families of the deceased personnel. This is a very commendable work. And after this formation of the trust, I think this coalition will improve a lot. And I would like to congratulate once again Koteshwaram and all his team members, all the office bearers for gathering here and launching constituting a trust and getting inaugurated on this day. The most important problem which I experienced in controlling the spurious drugs or substandard drugs, the lack of coordination among the stakeholders. And there is no coordination at all level. And recently, BCJ Sri Rajesh Singh Raghuvanshi he took the initiative, and that coordination started taking place. And in addition to the government efforts, efforts by the association also will go a long way in effective coordination. And the capacity building which is being taken up by the association, by organizing workshops, training classes, seminars, will go a long way in improving the knowledge and skills of the officers who are dealing with this regulatory affairs. And with these few words, I would like to congratulate all the officers, and particularly Koteshwaram and his team members for launching this trust, and I give my best wishes to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Yes, DCO CDSO has taken initiation in coordinating the states, and the difference between that procedure and association is there you have to build a letter, communicate through various sources, go to there and getting reply is a time process, and where we are giving results in 24 hours. Most of the times within 24 hours, वो दिन मेरा काम नहीं होता, I will not sleep on that day. I will not allow the opponent person to sleep also. This is and really, if both processes are continuous, then no one will escape from the law. And the second thing is so many our outstation officers came especially to see you, sir. If little more 10 minutes time is there, any interactions with you want to speak, you want to express any doubt, or you can ask him how in your state this enforcement is going on, why it is not implemented earlier and why only this time, or why it is not happening in my state. Such questions you can put, and sir has capability, has patience to answer it. Only outstation.
Thank you very much. First of all, I congratulate our National President, Drug Control Officers India Welfare Association for making a trust. And trust, sir, this word is unique. Trust means belief, faith, confidence. And we have to keep the trust to make the trust successful. And trust of all the life members. And Dr. Koteshwar Rao is capable of and doing his level best in keeping the trust of every life member along with his team. Respected dignitaries on the dais, off the dais, my friends and dignitaries, coming directly to the topic and answering whatever initially questioned raised by the honorable dignitaries on the dais. Dr. Ramaiah sir, Orphan Drugs Act in India. I agree that still does not exist, but we have planted small seed in form of new drugs and clinical trial rules. Initially when you were not here and we were discussing unofficially also few things. At that time also I told one thing, that there is a regulatory pathway, constitution is on the top, then act, then rules and regulations, then comes FAQs, directives and orders, etc. And these city rules, they talk about the orphan drugs and separate set of rules for the drugs to be developed for rare diseases. One. Yeah, I'm asking the question, sir. Then I will ask the questions. Sir, that is there, and I have been told, and I'm concluding one by one. In one line, that seed is there. We are wishing that plant will come out of that, and in form of, although there is no initiative to the industry for developing drugs for the rare diseases. Dr. Viranchi Shah, one question was there. AIR, a fantastic word was used by you, Academia, Industry and Regulator. Sir, for regulator, I always request the regulator to be friend, philosopher and guide to the industry. And in one of the IPC, one of the dignitaries as a chief guest, he told the regulators to be the facilitators of the industry, not the strangulators for the industry. And similarly, to the chief guest, sir, it is true that we should be the friend, philosopher and guide to the industry, but not to those who are manufacturing these spurious or adulterated drugs. For them, we are tough enough, hard enough. Dr. Kanchan Sinha is sitting over here, very tough lady, iron lady in her area. And for them, we are these regulators. Dr. R.K. Agarwal, ITMA, I agree with you. I don't know why we as a regulator and we are collecting more samples of the bulk drugs from the Indian industries and less sampling of the bulk drugs imported. When the biggest problem which have arisen due to the bulk drug was the propylene glycol containing diethylene glycol. I don't know whether the manufacturer has used the diethylene glycol or it was the content of diethylene glycol in the propylene glycol. That is still under investigation. But you are correct in that way. We need to promote our own bulk drug industry to counter China. If China stops the supply of bulk drug, our formulation units are going to shut down. That we accept. Sir, now the questions from the audience. That was the one broken window syndrome was given, and that is also known as broken tile syndrome. Whenever we look, we don't say that this was fantastic in the factory we visited, but when we see one thing which is missing over there, our eye straight forward goes to that thing, one which is missing. We also appreciate whatever. Questions, please.
Not to you question, sir. My concept is question.
Okay. Many questions.
Your decision is there already after knowledge. And dear friends, as many of our EC members want to have a photograph with Kamalas and Lady sir, please come on to the dais before presenting a vote of thanks. Let us have one. Please, all the EC members and trust board members, take minutes.
Light on, light on.
Only EC members and trust board members. You are both, sir.
Yes, sir.
Sir, all of you look at here. Okay, all of you look at here. Sir, please. Sir, wait.
Now, Madam Kanchanji, Madam Deepika ji, and Mahalakshmi ji, please hand over the matters to our leaders. Please, sir, I did not tell anybody to leave the dais. Agarwal sir, I did not say to leave the dais. Please, okay. Only for photography. Please come. You can leave the dais only after vote of thanks. Now may I request Dr. A. Ramkishan sir, Deputy Drug Controller, DCO Hyderabad, and our trust board member and Vice President of our association also to present vote of thanks. Thank you.
Good afternoon to one and all. I will not take much time because I have to work like 20 math, right? Sir, VBK, our chief guest, V means Vibrant Bharat with a knowledgeable personnel in the police department. Please give a big hand. I don't want to boost your burden. This is from my heart. For such a wonderful personality, when he took charge on 21st July 2023, I took charge on 12th May 2022. So, initially, during 1 year time, during my time, Priti Meena was there. She was from IS side, and Sir was from the IPS side. I was struggling to understand the manufacturers and regulators and trade, including association member like Koteshwara, to understand the vibrancy in Telangana. So I got 1 year time, sir. After that same 80-20% of this thing were critical, and how to take care of the violators and non-violators and quality people genuine. So TG means totally genuine. After taking charge by Kamalasan Reddy sir, that much I can say. Earlier there was some genuinity, TG. Now earlier TS tha, totally talented people and skilled people used to take in global level. But TG is really after taking a charge and with the dynamic support of cool and bless you and trust that we will work in a harmonized way for the betterment of globe and particularly country, and all you are all requested to welcome our 11th and 12th July program at Ramoji Film City. हम आके खाना पीना खा के टाइम पास करने के लिए नहीं, एंड उसको भी मैं माइंड सेटअप कर रहा हूँ, पूरा ब्रेन वॉश किया एंड करेगा, एंड मैं सब कुछ भी है यही क्वेश्चन साइंटिफिकली यू आस्क दिस स्टेट अवे टू मी और राहुल साहब एंड वी कैन क्लैरिफाई टू सर्टेन एक्सटेंट फॉर द बेनिफिट ऑफ कंट्री. दैट्स इट. एवरीवन अंडरस्टूड what is said, but we are with you, and उसका वाइफ एक्सपर्ट हुआ पार्लियामेंट में सिस्टर, so we know we are from same district, community, same place, and काम किया laboratory में. I am representing government of India, he is representing now total country, so please believe us, trust us to ensure quality medical care. Thank you very much. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. And there is slight change in the schedule. Now national anthem will be presented, inauguration will complete, and after that we will go for lunch, because Ahuja साहब को मांगिए तो 2 घंटा नाश्ता रहता, भूख लगता है. Let us have food and we will sit here. And before national anthem, with your permission, I want to speak 1.5 minutes in Telugu. Since भाई साहब ने बोला तेलंगाना का, అమెరికా అనేది వలస దేశం అనేది. అమెరికా వివిధ దేశాల నుంచి జనాలు పోతా ఉన్నారు. అక్కడికి పోయినప్పుడు పోయినోడు పుట్టినోడు గిట్టగా తప్పదు కాబట్టి పోయిన వాళ్ళంతా చచ్చిపోతా ఉన్నారు. చచ్చిపోతా అంటే వాళ్ళకు బిర్యానీ ప్లేసులు దొరకకుంటే ఏం చేసిందంటే ఒక్కొక్క దేశానికి ఒక్కొక్క పొంద చూసిండు. ఆ పొందలు వేసుడు మొదలు పెట్టిండు. దాని తర్వాత భారతదేశానికి వచ్చే వరకు పెద్ద కంట్రీ కాబట్టి ఒక్కొక్క రాష్ట్రానికి పొంద పెట్టిండు. ఆ పొందలలో అందరినీ వేసాడు. కొన్ని రోజులకి ఏమైందంటే పొందలలో వేసినప్పుడు లేచి వస్తున్నాడు సార్. లేచి వస్తున్న ఏం చేసిందంటే సార్ ఏం చేసిందంటే ఒక్కొక్క పొంద దగ్గర ఒక్కొక్క పోలీసులను పెట్టిండు, ఒక్కటే పట్టుకొని. ఒక తెలుగు రాష్ట్రం దగ్గర పోలీసులను పెట్టిండు. నాకు కోపం వచ్చింది. నేను అసలు షార్ట్ టెంపర్. మేమేమని ఏం చేసినాం సార్, మీరు అందరికి పెట్టిండు, మేమంతా ఏదో అనుకుంటున్నారా, మీరు ఎందుకు పెట్టిందంటే కోటేశ్వరరావు ఆవేశపడదు, తెలుగు అందరికీ పర్వాలేదు, తెలుగు ఒక్కటి పైకి వస్తుందంటే 10 మంది కాలు పట్టుకొని కూర్చున్నారు. అందుకే నేను దేశమంతా జయించిన కానీ మన తెలుగు రాష్ట్రాలలో నేను 50% సక్సెస్ అయినాను. తెలంగాణలో, ఆంధ్రలో 10% సక్సెస్ అయినాను. ఐ హ్యావ్ పేషెన్స్, గాడ్ హ్యావ్ గివ్. ఐ నాట్ లైక్ ఎలియర్ పర్సన్. నేను ఓపిక పడతాను. ఇంకొక శాస్త్రం కూడా ఉంది. ఒక గడ్డిపోస ఉంటుంది, ఒక తుమ్మ చెట్టు ఉంటుంది. రోజు తుమ్మ చెట్టు వచ్చేసేసి గడ్డిపోసను చూసి నవ్వుతుంటుంది. చూడు నేను ఎంత స్ట్రాంగ్ ఉన్నా, నువ్వు ఎంత పర్సన్ ఉన్నా అంటే ఒకసారి తుఫాన్ వస్తుంది, నువ్వు మొత్తం వేదతో సహా పెకిలించుకొని పోతే తుమ్మ చెట్టు. ఆ తుఫాన్ వచ్చినప్పుడు గడ్డిపోసి ఇక్కడ దండం పెట్టేసి ఇట్లా మైంగుతుంది కాసేపు. అది పోయిన తర్వాత ఆ తుమ్మ చెట్టును చూసుకుంటూ ఇంత తలాడించుకుంటూ నవ్వుతుంటది. సో ఐ హ్యావ్ పేషెన్స్. మీరు ఎందుకంటే నేను ఏ చిన్న తప్పు చేసినా కరెక్ట్ చేసినట్టు అప్పని గారు అండ్ హనుమంతరావు గారు కోటేశ్వర్ ఇమ్మీడియట్ 15 seconds లో అక్కడి నుంచి నాకు కాల్స్ వస్తే నాకు భయం ఉంది ఒంట్లో. నేను పులి మీద సహాయం చేస్తున్నా. నేను కనుక ఇప్పుడు ఆగిందంటే ఆ పులి నన్ను తినేస్తుంది కాబట్టి వేసేసి నేను సర్వీస్ ఓరియంటెడ్ గా ఉన్నాను, సర్వీస్ చేస్తాను. నేను చచ్చిపోయే వరకు కూడా నేను ఇదే చేయాలని డిసైడ్ చేస్తున్నాను. నాకు ఇది తప్ప వేరే పని లేదు. నేను ఏ మాత్రం 2 minutes ఖాళీగా ఉన్నా కూడా మైండ్ లో తిక్కువ ఆలోచనలు వస్తాయి కాబట్టి రౌండ్ ది క్లాక్ హార్డ్లీ 3 hours ఐ విల్ స్లీప్ సార్. ఆఫ్టర్ డేట్ చేంజ్ అయిన తర్వాత పడుకుంటా. 12 తర్వాత మార్నింగ్ 3:15 చేస్తాను. రౌండ్ ది క్లాక్ ఐ am at the service of this association. Now over to national anthem. Please stand. లంచ్ చేసి మళ్ళీ కూర్చోవాలంటే ఎవరు వెళ్ళొద్దు. వెరీ అర్జెంట్ ఉంటే తప్ప.
लोकल तो देसी కిరణ్ వరంగల్ నచ్చిన మొత్తం వచ్చింది. థ్యాంక్ యూ సార్. ఏమైనా పెండింగ్ ఉంటే చెప్పండి, తొందరగా నాకు సస్పెండ్ చేయండి. బ్యాంక్ తీసుకొచ్చి ఆర్డర్ వచ్చిందని పెట్టే చేయాలి. మా విచారణ సార్ మంచి పని చేస్తారు. సిడిఎస్ఓ ఈ వరం అంజనేయ మిత్ర ఓన్లీ 9 people equivalent to your people. Not but putting effort, sir. We don't want to delay any inspection. No, sir. We regular, sir. Hello, sir.
requested me to brief you all how exactly the project is planned, and also just would like to tell you where exactly it is present. Most of you I found non-Hyderabadis, I think, who are in Hyderabad can be catching up with the points where if I speak about the logistics or the location details. But you can Google through my information and location details if somebody is not from Hyderabad background. So just wanted to tell you. The project name is this one. It is located in Gadkesar, Nampet, with the 3.6 acres of the extent of the land is 3.6 acres, and total 4 blocks are there in the project. Are we good? So just separate the things. Meanwhile, I just wanted to introduce myself. This is Madhuri, CMD of this group, and I wanted to introduce my husband, Dr. Chandrasekhar. He is a veterinary professor, retired from PVNR University. He is the chairman of my company. Along with this support, I got to position this project. 5 years of background work, and we got to position this last 1 year back. The first block are in position for the construction, where Mr. Koteswar was looking at hiring the place for the purchasing the place for the trust. Okay, and can you just come here? Just I think, yeah. Just come and say hi to the group. Yeah. Blessed with 2 kids. My daughter is BTech MBA, and she's also CFO of my companies. And my son is now pursuing final year of medicine. He's also working along with the passion of my construction and this thing. I have 20+ years experience in building the construction in the field of construction, and I myself is passionate to develop this gated community with a lush green landscape and totally affordable cost. We wanted to give it the best community to that locality. So that's the reason we named our tagline of the project. This one has boundless luxury for everybody. So not only the living spaces up to it, 3 BHK apartments we positioned, we also gave fully loaded clubhouse facilities for the community with almost 30+ amenities in the clubhouse, starting from multifunction hall, supermarket, and for women who wanted to work out of the house, co-working space also. That's one of the unique feature we incorporated in our clubhouse, along with the daycare facility for the women, working women, to have the space in the clubhouse to work. And we also have supermarket, indoor games, gym, everything, mini theater, every facility that a community need to have with for the luxury of the comfort and living of the people. We loaded the clubhouse. That's where we are looking at actually in that segment. I could rate in all over Hyderabad, west side, south side, all the apartments where this kind of amenities were given. Only then 1.5 crore, 2 crore flats prices there. But in our community, we position from 65 lakhs to 70 lakhs, and 80 lakhs is the maximum price what we put. 85 lakhs. I think it's the affordable pricing what we kept with all fully loaded clubhouse facilities in that pocket. And we are more focusing on the landscape also. Landscape has almost 44 micro elements what we designed, including the reflexology park and oxygen. I am focusing more on the landscape also, because whenever we wanted to whenever we wanted to come out and spend some time, they don't need to go to any nearby communities or nearby places like clubhouses and all. all, they go out for standalone apartments and all, right? So we wanted to create a community where people don't need to go out for any facility. That's the vision of the project. For coming to the location, it is near to exit 9. I think people from Hyderabad, overall is named with 18 to 19 exits. We are placed in the 9 exit of the Warangal highway. So where we reach our community after getting from the 9 exit, it's a 2-minute drive. And now that area is coming up like a IT hub, which has been recently announced with the present government. Pocharam is going to be the IT hub. So there we are getting a lot of traction for the property values and all. And it's going to be a logistic hub too. So there's one good feature where we are located with the project. And anything else? Did you get the brief note of the project, what I explained? Any questions regarding the property or any location? I would like to take it from the group. Are you good? So the project is basically 280 apartments with 4 blocks and 1 clubhouse, which is 23,000 SFT. So clubhouse is basically G plus 4 floors, and 4 blocks, each block will have 65 to 67 apartments. So total put together 262 flats we have in the community with a 3.5 acres extent. So first block is in the finishing stage of another 6 months it will take to finish the first block. So total community will be finishing by in next 1.5 to 2 years. Thus the placement of the units, extent of the community is I think 4 lakh SFT construction area, total community. And for investment or for I think for the connectivity, everything is you can get through my website to look into more details of the project. That's the orientation of the project. Thank you so much. What is your
Very obvious. Okay, take care. Start. Yeah. Any more questions?
Yeah, any questions I asked?
Questions here?
Nobody came up with that, so I will just. I think who are there in Hyderabad can get that location, but out of Hyderabad, I think you need to understand where exactly it is placed and all. But it's inside the ORR. Yeah. Inside
anything
the ORR.
give one.
Of course.
It is for 3 BHK or 2 BHK?
2 BHK.
2 BHK. What for 3 BHK?
3 BHK, it is actual price is about 90 to 1 crore. But Kodesrao sir took a lot of introspection into that, and he wanted to waive some of the charges for the community, and we gave for the best of the price this 80 lakhs. 80 including everything.
80 but 3 bedroom.
Yeah, 3 bedroom flat, 2 car parkings and amenities. Yeah.
What is the payment mode?
Payment mode is we take it to the RERA collection account, all the white payment, whatever stamp duty size. Minimum stamp duty we need to pay on the SFT is 2,200 rupees per SFT, and remaining you can we always take to the RERA account, company RERA collection. Payment mode is through check. Yeah. Plinth area 1600 SFT, 3 bedrooms, 1600 SFT. With all amenities, clubhouse loaded, the price what I quoted actually, yeah, including everything. And there is going to be one association,
including car parking charges,
including 2 car parkings, 2 car parkings for 3 BHK and 1 car parking for 2 BHK. That's how we are.
Clubhouse charges extra, madam?
Everything is included there, everything. Plinth, 25% is the common areas for what we generally leave for the flats, sir. And 1600 is the saleable area we call. So yeah, so you could deduct 25%, then it will come as the plinth area, common area we call. And this project is approved by 3 banks, SBI, ICICI and Axis Bank. So anybody who is paying 15% or 20% margin money can get into the loan within 3 to 4 working days. 2 BHK 1185 SFT and the other one is 1350 SFT. 3 sizes we have.
Facing you.
Yeah, everything is Vastu compliant. I myself will take care of every minute detail in the planning, including the landscape. That's what I told. I focus more on, I am an agripreneur basically. A science graduate, after that I did my MBA finance and I have multiple fields experience as a financial expert as well as a builder. Yeah. And my experience of building the communities is 20 years. Yeah.
Now, how much is the built-up area and super area?
That's what actually they were addressing. The built-up saleable area is 1600 SFT. 25% is the common areas, what we call balconies or corridors. So if you deduct 25% from the respective SFT area, you get the carpeting.
Is there any separate charges for the common facilities?
No, everything included. Because actually we charge 6.5 lakhs for car parkings, 2 car parkings and amenities.
Car parking will not be the ownership of the flat owner?
Yeah, it will be the ownership, but it will be charged separately when we take the payments in the different heads.
Club, you are handing it over to the RWA or in the long run, or you are keeping it with you?
Club will be handed over to the association. Association will be run by the. We are also keeping 50 rupees corpus to the association for the clubhouse in the same charges what is been this thing. So 50 rupees per SFT we charge clubhouse corpus at the time of registration, and 72 rupees for 2 years maintenance of the flat. We will take at the time of registration.
What about IFMS?
Come again?
Interest-free maintenance.
Yeah, that's what. Actually, builder will be taking the in charge of till the time of position. After that, we are collecting the corpus of 50 rupees and 72 rupees for 2 years maintenance. Upfront, we are taking and giving it to the society. So that this 72 rupees and 50 rupees is in the society account, which will be handled by the existing customers, and they can elect their own things. Till 3.5 years, when we finish the last block, we maintain that.
From our side, we will propose that potential officer will be the president. Will be very informal. You are free to ask questions, and I will also
Okay, assalamu
Let me start. Kiran? Yes, sir. शुरू करें. Yes, sir. शुरू करें. थोड़े ही लोग हैं. Let us discuss the things very comfortably. First, every inspector should be very clear about the legal tools provided to you. Why? Because when we purchase a car, we must know how to drive it. If we don't know how to drive it, it's useless to purchase a vehicle or a car. I was asking few questions about he requested many times that ask few questions about the flat or the projects if they are coming up. On their request I asked few questions just to make the things very clear and everybody should be aware of that. Therefore, all the inspectors should be very clear about the legal tools given to them, and the legal tools are power and procedures. Number one. Number two, every inspector notified under section 21 of the Drugs Act has been given power under section 22, and he has to use his power as per the procedure laid down in section 23. And the last is only to perform duties as prescribed under Rule 51 and 52. That is the total conclusion of what I am going to discuss today. Clear? Whenever we are using our power other than the duties prescribed and we are using powers without following the procedure, then please mind it. This power is like a double-edged sword, dudhari talwar. Then you are not going to use it wisely, but definitely you are going to cut your hands. And when you are not following the procedure or not using the power with procedure to perform the duties, then you are no longer having powers with you. That generally happens. That's the sad part of the inspector when he is not performing. Why the duties are given in two? Whether we have two types of inspectors or we have two different set of inspectors. Provided that if he is having that much of experience, then he is authorized to inspect the manufacturing units. 1.5 years of C and C1 drugs manufacturing, 1.5 years of C and C1 drugs testing, and 3 years of inspecting the manufacturing or testing units indulged in C and C1. Now, two questions arises out of it. One, if he is appointed as an inspector, how he will be getting an experience of inspection of firms indulged in manufacturing or testing of shoes C and C1 drugs, when he is not having the required qualification and experience, then how he will attain that experience within 3 years to attain that particular qualification or experience and become an inspector for manufacturing units. Now one thing is very clear, that there are two sets of inspectors. One are to even become candidate for the selection as a drug inspector. That is the view taken by the Honorable Punjab and Haryana High Court and the Karnataka High Court. Then matter went to the Supreme Court, and Supreme Court in case of Haryana, when Haryana represented that we are short of the inspectors and kindly let this be decided afterwards, but kindly allow them to join as inspector, then on their mercy application or mercy petition, Honorable Supreme Court obliged the state of Haryana to allow them to join as inspectors, and they have joined as inspectors since last many months or 1 year around. Now in case of Karnataka, last day that case from Karnataka is tagged with Haryana. Now on the next day, since the Honorable Supreme Court has taken a lenient view in case of Haryana, they may take a lenient view in case of Karnataka. I'm coming back to the duties, but I felt it essential to be discussed here, because now every state has to amend or revisit their recruitment rules or service rules for the inspectors, making in line with the observations made by the Honorable High Courts, or they may wait till the final outcome given by the final verdict given by the Honorable Supreme Court. If the Supreme Court decide and give a verdict that no, only the qualification part is sufficient for entry level and they may be included and they may be considered and they will be taken as inspectors, then Supreme Court being law-making court by way of interpretation, then Supreme Court verdict will automatically, states have to follow that and state will follow that, then this will be the entry level only qualification without any experience. Then now I am coming to the rule 51 and 52. It is clear that inspectors are of two types, one for manufacturing units, one for sale units. Sale unit is rule 51, duties are given in rule 51, and for manufacturing units, duties are given rule 52. Yes, subject to the instructions of controlling authority. Let us discuss this point for 2-3 minutes. This is the opening line of the rule 51. And in the morning there was discussion that whether they require to obtain the prior sanction or not. For Ayurvedic, that is written that they have to obtain the consent of the controlling authority, a prior sanction or approval of the controlling authority. Section 32 is not saying like that, but Rule 51, in a way, putting every duty subject to the instruction of controlling authority. Now, what we mean by the subject to the instruction of controlling authority? Whether subject to the instruction of controlling authority is prior approval or a general instruction or post facto approval. There must be some meaning of the subject to the instruction of controlling authority. Then there are some decided case laws also, which gives that it can be in form of general instructions given to the inspectors either in the statute, rules or law, or it may be a prior sanction. But controlling authority should remain informed about what exactly the inspectors are doing. We cannot leave the inspectors to act on their own will and whims without taking any, again, inverted commas, prior sanction, or without informing to the controlling authorities. They cannot be allowed to remain as a king in their area of jurisdiction. They have to be under control of someone. And there is a general theory in the law that is called theory of check and balance. Their power is checked by the procedure and balanced by this subject to the instruction of control. Finally, the meaning of subject to the instruction of controlling authority comes to the point that either there should be a general instruction or they have to take a prior sanction. That is, that we should be very clear about that. Now, what is the advantage to the inspector with these three words, subject to instruction of controlling authorities? Say, while collecting a sample on Form 17, inspector has committed some omission or some unintentional mistake. Now he will send that Form 17 forthwith, immediately, if it is online, to the controlling authority. At least he has not hidden anything. He is submitting to the controlling authority. If controlling authority has seen it and never objected to it, then he is bit safe. Number two, because the point of discussion is not the inspection report, Form 17, Form 16, etc., etc. Although these are also there, but the point of discussion is prosecution sanction. Different procedures are there for prosecution sanction in different states. In few states, they follow the DCO guidelines for taking action on the NSQ drugs. But then again, for what about 18C and other cases? What about the cases of contravention of rules punishable under Section 27D? Whether no sanction is required from them? Then answer comes no. There are no different set of rules for these. We have to make one rule, that we have to obtain the permission. That is given in the duties. I will come down to that also. In case of prosecution, if sanction is obtained by the inspector, then inspector is very safe. How? He will send in his recommendation letter name of the person. AC is too fast. He will send the name of the person name of the proposed accused, his role, what contravention he has done, his involvement in the total misconduct of the act of omission or commission, and then what section he has contravened and punishable under which section. Set of accused person he has sent already, he has got the approval. Then if there is any mistake, then only the inspector cannot be held responsible for it. And number of cases I have seen where the inspectors have made the independent directors as one of the accused, as he has not got the constitution, and he has taken the constitution from the website of the companies and then prosecuted them. Company law is very clear. You cannot prosecute the independent directors. They are only for the cosmetic purposes. You have to make the directors responsible for day-to-day conduct and control of business. While you are making the independent directors as one of the accused. That is the advantage. If you are taking, ये पीछे तीनों बैठे भाई, ये अगर ये इनका कोई इंटरेस्टिंग है, फिर बात नहीं करें, क्योंकि आपसे मैं सोचा कि आपका इंटरेस्ट है तो आप आगे आ जाओ, नहीं है तो बात नहीं करो. Then it will be examined by the committee constituted at headquarters. They are the senior persons. They can go through that. They advise you that still certain investigation is required, and to whom you have to make the accused and to whom you have not to consider him as an accused because he is not involved in the affairs of the company, etc., etc. Many cases I have seen when no approved manufacturing chemist or approved analyst has been made accused. But whether you don't think that he is also responsible for the manufacturing of that particular batch. Then, if you think that law is also considering, their name is appearing in the license and they are signing on the DPR of that particular batch as an approved manufacturing chemist, they are technical persons. You have to consider. You have to conduct the investigation at manufacturer level. Then, don't you think that inspector is duty bound under Rule 51 and 52? I will come also to go and conduct investigation at manufacturer level. Or just by simply sending a letter to the company to send the record and then again and again asking them to send the constitution and the record, and on the basis of the documents obtained from the company, you are making them accused. Do you think that is sufficient enough? Do you forget that Article 23 basically? No one can be forced to adduce evidence against himself. Don't we think that? Therefore, this rule is very clear. Mandate is very clear. Although our inspectors are overburdened, that is why that duties are, we are here to give a reminder that these are the duties. Inspect not less than 1 year. This is general instruction. This is general instruction. You don't require a prior sanction for the inspection then. But again, giving one example within 2-3 minutes. If we are not conducting inspection once in a year, and we are conducting the inspection of one firm 3 or 4 times in a year, and one retailer situated in a village, कौन जाएगा? Who will go there? अरे बहुत दूर है वो तो, सड़क भी टूटी हुई है, जाना ही नहीं है, then what will happen? I am giving you an example with warning. Haryana has adopted a software called randomization. What is that? Now computer select the name of the firms to be inspected by the inspector in his area of jurisdiction, just so that every inspector should follow inspection not less than once in a year. Now the computer is maintaining the software is there. No person is involved. Computer select the list and that list is being sent through the email by the computer only. Even the officers at headquarters, they are not aware of the names of the firms. Computer ne kya bhej diya. And inspectors are duty bound to conduct inspection of those firms only. Only word I am using. Only. If they have to conduct inspection of any other firm, then there must be a complaint, or he has to take a special permission for that. Then you don't think that this is curtailing your power. That is why I have told you that the power is only to perform the duty. If you are not performing the duty, then power is no longer going to stay with you. All those states who are doing it, please do their duty. Once in a year, make a chart, write down the date when you have visited, and try to do it religiously, that you should inspect every firm once in a year. Now comes inspection. What do we mean by the inspection? सर आगे कुछ ठंडा कम है। एसी बंद ही करवा दें ना थोड़ी देर, कोई जरा पीछे से जाके एसी बंद करवाना है।
बंद हो गया तो सब कुछ हो जाएगा?
नहीं होगा सर, गर्मी खड़े होंगे आदत। ये तो हमारे को एसी में खड़ा कर दिया, नहीं तो गर्मी में रहता है। Anyhow, inspection. What do we mean by inspection? I am going to give one answer which was asked. What we mean by inspection and where it is defined. Inspection means verification of the compliances of conditions of licensee, licensed by the licensee. Whosoever he may be, qualitative. Rule 65 gives the condition of license. Now question comes. I am going to answer your question also. Now question comes. If there is a case of change of constitution, say a firm is changing the constitution from proprietorship or partnership to private limited, then the licensees are also confused. They are saying that we are adding the director, just adding the director. Whenever a firm is a private limited firm, director A, B, C, B and C are going, D and E are coming, that is not the case of change of constitution. वो संविधान परिवर्तन का केस नहीं है। लेकिन जब मैंने डिटेल में पूछा, इन्होंने लंच टाइम में पूछा मुझसे, तो पता लगा कि वो तो प्रोप्राइटर या पार्टनरशिप से प्राइवेट लिमिटेड जा रहा है। Then this is a clear case of change of constitution. Now, this will become the case of grant of license due to change of constitution. Whether it requires an inspection, because I am coming to the inspection, or there is some other instructions from the CDSC, or you have to verify the documents only. You have to verify the documents only. Number one. Number two, which is the final answer of this question. Grant due to change of constitution is always from the retrospective date. They have already done it. Now they are private limited firm. And you have to do it within 3 months of that change. If he has applied within 3 months, then you have to also take the decision within that 3 months. You are not given a separate 3 months. Unless and until the application is complete and having all the documents. When the documents are less, then the ball is again in the court of applicant. Got this point? This is not inspection. This is verification of the documents. Then inspection is verification of the compliances of the conditions of license. Say, in the evening when I came to Hyderabad, I just looked at one chemist shop. I have not entered or purchased anything, but I just stayed there on the counter for 3, 4, 5 minutes. And 10 to 15 points I have noted, which were, I think, are the violation of condition of license. I will not name the firm. I am not going to name it, because that is not my purpose. First is, the counter was outside the shop, which I feel that this is beyond the area for which he was licensed. Whatever the drugs were kept in the counter or over the counter, don't we think that these are the drugs kept in an unlicensed area? 18C, we may attract. I am not telling you that go and then start seizing those things. No, this is not my purpose. But tell them, please keep the counter within the licensed area. Second thing, what I observed, when I was standing there, sunlight was coming directly on the drugs which were kept over the counter. Whether, don't we think that this is a violation of Rule 96-97 read with Schedule P? Can we allow any licensee to stop the drugs directly in the sunlight when there are many labeling provisions told by Shri Lalit Goyalji that these should not be exposed to the external atmosphere, or these should not be exposed to the sunlight. Third, whenever the drugs are kept outside, don't we think that dust will come and accumulate on those? Then again, storage condition. Section 19 within bracket 3, subsection 3. Whether that fellow who is stocking the drugs in his possession is responsible for maintaining the storage conditions. If he is not maintaining the storage condition, then he is responsible for the deterioration of quality of the drugs in his possession. He will not be given the chance to take the plea that I have purchased this drug on a valid bill from a licensed manufacturer, licensed dealer, manufactured by a licensed manufacturer, and kept in intact position, but not in the storage conditions. Then he will be responsible. Don't we think that if the drug is required to be stocked in the refrigerator and kept outside 2 to 8, then he is responsible for the quality of drug. Somebody was purchasing something and he took it from the refrigerator. Within 3 minutes I have seen that. What was that? Durable injection. Metadec, Durabolin, Decadurabolin, Metadec, Metabol, these types of injections comes in the market. We know that oil injection prominent should not be refrigerated. It is written over there. If we inject a durable injection, oily injection, oil-based injection, then इतना बड़ा हो जाएगा सूज करके, तब हम कहेंगे कि कंपनी ने खराब बनाया. Whether it is a manufacturing defect or a storage defect, it is a storage defect. But at the time of collection of sample, whether we are doing it, these are common observations. Somebody issued the bill. Within that 5 minutes I have seen. Somebody issued the bill. And the carbon was almost not there. Carbon copy is not at all legible. You cannot read that carbon copy. And where is the maintenance of record? Rule 65. That is not the maintenance of record. And then somebody is putting Googie. Googie, you know, initials. Initials made by anyone of anyone. And I still feel that there was no pharmacist. And somebody who was 10th pass or not, I will not comment, was making the signature of pharmacist. Initials of pharmacist. Don't you think that this is a case of impersonation? That is a case of sale of scheduled drugs without the prescription of a registered medical practitioner as defined under Rule 2EE of the drug rules, without the supervision of registered pharmacist, without issuing any cash memo or cash memo by unauthorized person. That is a serious violation of condition of license. That is only 5 minutes of violation. I can tell you many more, but coming to the next point. Then comes ensure compliances, I have discussed, sampling for test or analysis. Again, coming to the Karnataka case. Who is responsible for quality of drug? Dr. Kiran Kumar. Manufacturer. Then why we are not telling it very clearly and openly to the government that manufacturer is responsible for the quality of drug, and we as a regulator are responsible for monitoring the quality of drug, not for the quality of drug. There is a difference. And we are monitoring the quality of drug by way of inspections and sampling. The only thing is, we must know the procedure of sampling. And really painful, I have seen number of Form 17 and 18 and 13. Just going through Form 13, I can tell you whether the procedure has been followed or not. Tell you. Memorandum, Form 18, memorandum number and date is written. Form 17, when you have collected the sample, date is written. Why there is a difference between in the date on Form 17? If you have collected the sample, then what section 23 says? You have to send it forthwith to the government analyst. What we mean by forthwith? Immediately. Immediately means on the same day or the next working day. That's it. Not more than that. Agree with it. Then why we are collecting all these samples for more than 1 month and then sending those samples to the government analyst? Many states are doing it. When they were asked about this to explain why you are doing it, the answer is, sir, we are saving money of the exchequer. हम तो सरकार के पैसे बचा रहे हैं, एक महीने में जितने सैंपल लेते हैं उन सैंपलों को हम इकट्ठा भेज देते हैं. Can we do that?
Sir, do you expect the inspector to do it, keeping the samples for such a long time?
Yes, I have seen the cases, and one of the advocate has won the cases. I have the decision in my pocket just 1 month back in Himachal Pradesh. Now that inspector is I will not name, if I will tell you the designation.
Let's not name anybody.
I'm not naming anyone. He
name
sent the sample after 43 days. And he was not in a position to explain where the sample was for 43 days. When he was asked question in the cross-examination by the advocate, that advocate sent the judgment to me, decision to me, and that case was discharged. Even magistrate don't find it for the consideration of charge. He discharged the accused. And who is liable for that? Inspector. Then, next. DCGI has issued a circular giving the minimum quantity of sample required for testing. And every analyst knows what is the minimum quantity required for analysis. And we as an inspector, being technical person, also know that what is the minimum quantity required. When the quantity is available, even after that, we are not sending. Why I am saying that quantity is available? Because the inspector has issued non-disposal order for remaining quantity. What was the need? Who prevented him to take a quantity which is less than the required quantity? In the DCGI circular, he has clearly mentioned, and that circular was issued on the direction of the Honorable Karnataka High Court in the matter of Zim Laboratories versus State of Karnataka. Everybody is aware of this. At least every state headquarter knows this. 100 tablets with form 18, 100 capsules with form 18, and similarly others. Quantities are given, and we are taking 20. That never means that we cannot take the quantity if not available less than the quantity. Then we must tell the government analyst to go for test for identification or test for assay only. We have to write a note in the form 18 itself, but we are not doing it. We are not doing it. That is another. When a drug is kept, required to be stored at 2 to 8 degrees and kept at a room temperature, whether as an investigating officer or a drug inspector, it is not our duty that to mention that this drug which I have sampled was found stocked outside the refrigerator, not at a 2 to 8 degree. Don't we think this is our duty? When we are saying that for quality the stockist is responsible, then whether we are giving this note in the form 17. Just one note in form 17 given by my colleague Rajinder Harna earned us the imprisonment for accused for 5 years. State versus Madanla went up to the Supreme Court. Just one note in the mannitol injection manufactured by SG Pharmaceuticals, Bahadurgarh, I think. Initially it was at Delhi, shifted to Bahadurgarh in Haryana. That some particles were visible. We were not in a position to write that this is a fungus, but from our experience, we were sure that this is a fungus. That fungus was declared by the government analyst. And in that case, we earned the 5 years RI for the accused persons. Form 17 is the basic, fundamental and important part, beginning of the sampling. Don't we think that in section 23 it is mentioned that we have to give a chance to the person from whom we are collecting samples to put his seal or mark on each and every sample? It is written? It is written? Since no chemist is having their own seal or mark, he is not putting. But whether we are mentioning that He has signed each and every sample portion in lieu of the seal. And he was not having the seal. He was given the opportunity to put his seal, but he signed because he was not having the seal. We should write it. We are not recording it. And 60 to 70, 80% Form 17 are there. There is no record of this. Nobody is writing this line. 80% cases are there. Whether we are mentioning Form 17A in 17, is it required? Whether we are mentioning MRP in Form 17, तो आप कहेंगे लिखा कहाँ है कि हमने MRP लिखनी है? कहाँ लिखा है कि नहीं लिखनी है? Where it is written that we are not to write the MRP in the Form 17? Can we go back in the office and check DCO notification also whether this is a scheduled drug or what is the ceiling price fixed for that? Why we are dependent on the PMRU only, that PMRU will check the cases of DCO. As an inspector, drug inspector, we are also having this mandate. And we have made the inspectors of Chhattisgarh and one more state, Chhattisgarh and Madhya Pradesh, as gazetted officers. Madhya Pradesh were Class C 3600 or third class employee बोलते क्या बोलते हैं? Class 3 employee. Class 3 employees. And I was called for the similar type of discussion, and by chance outside it was raining heavily, and the minister and the honorable health secretary and the commissioner, they were sitting over there on the dais, and they were having no chance to go out because it was heavily raining. And out of 3-4 speakers they were called, I was the only person who reached there through train, Rajdhani train. Then I got them. I'm not saying that I got them, but I pursued their case, that they should be declared as gazetted officers, class group B, class 2. And they have got it since long. Now Chhattisgarh is doing it, Aksab is here, and their minister was there. I pursued their case for twice. Am I right? Then why we are not doing it, then why we are not performing those duties? Last in the sampling. When we are collecting the sample, tomorrow we were discussing with Amit Kumar Bansalji, who is retired from Uttar Pradesh. The detection of spurious or adulterated drug was maximum at Varanasi when he was posted at Varanasi. He got a call from the senior officer. आपके एरिया में इतनी NSQ, इतनी spurious, इतनी adulterated क्यों बिकती? Why your area is flooded with NSQ or the spurious or the adulterated drug? He called me. He said, what's the question they are asking? But tell them that I am the only person who is detecting them. Similarly, Krishna Kumar Jana is doing it.
That's the only answer.
That is also to be given. And we at Haryana, we linked the ACR with self-appraisal report. And in the self-appraisal report, there was a column. How many seizures you have done, how many adulterated and spurious you have detected. If nil, answer you know. There are the categories: good, excellent, outstanding and average. Then this should be taken in that manner. Now if somebody asks that why Kiran Kumar Janu is taking hold of every spurious drug case, and he say that your area is flooded with this, why you should not be charge sheeted? But answer we as a technocrat will give. Rule 51 is the defense. Investigate complaints. NSQ are again the complaints. Don't we think that IO himself should go up to the manufacturer level especially for those states who are not having the manufacturing units. Tripura, they are not having the manufacturing unit. Chhattisgarh, having very less of manufacturing units. But once I given the talk at Chhattisgarh, I told them that every drug available in one shop is the manufacturing unit available with you for investigation. Every drug manufactured and sold by the manufacturer is the brand ambassador of that manufacturing unit available in your state with different chemists. Choose the sample wisely and then, or look at the sample wisely. Labeling defects. When Lalit Goyal was telling me, I was thinking if I go to the shop and just look at them, then most of the drugs are misbranded. I find क्रोसिन, पैरास्टामोल ऊपर नीचे तो मिलेगा ही, साइज छोटा बड़ा मिलेगा ही, आईपी के बाद डॉट मिलेगा ही। तो मैं ये नहीं कह रहा कि परसेंटेज बहुत ज्यादा, लेकिन मुझे हर दुकान के अंदर कुछ ना कुछ 2, 4, 5 मिल जाएंगे। तो मैं क्या उनको गवर्नमेंट एनालिस्ट को भेजूं? तो सुबह आपने आंसर दिया सर कि नहीं, गवर्नमेंट एनालिस्ट को भेजने की जरूरत ही नहीं है, यू कैन डू इट ऑन योर ओन, यू आर द इंस्पेक्टर्स एंड यू आर आईओ, सेंड द नोटिसेस। Every manufacturing unit should have the feel of your presence, that you are posted at Hyderabad in Telangana or somewhere at Chhattisgarh. Next, institute prosecutions I have discussed.
Sir, एक question
हाँ,
out of syllabus है थोड़ा सा, Act Form 17 से, जैसे सर हम कंप्लेंट करते हैं ये काउंटरफिट हुई है, तो उस केस में क्या होता है, जो फॉर्म 17 है ना उसको लिखते नहीं तो वो NSQ में डिक्लेयर हो जाता है।
ये आपका जो क्वेश्चन है ना, ये मैन्युफैक्चरर्स ने DCGI के साथ एट लेंथ डिस्कस किया,
हमने किया,
आपने भी किया होगा, ठीक है। अब क्या है कि मैन्युफैक्चर बाय सम गुड कंपनी, say Aurobindo, say Abbott, but actually it is not manufactured by Abbott. It is reflected in the test report or in the reports that this is manufactured by Abbott. What exactly we are doing? Then DCGI agreed to this, that unless and until it is proved that this is actually manufactured by that company or it is a counterfeit, we will use the word alleged. Alleged or purported to be. But as an investigator, that is not the good word to be used by you in Form 17. Please, please. आपको लेबल पर लिखा है तो आपने वही लिखना, आपने as per label लिखना ज्यादा से ज्यादा, at the most. Never use the word alleged or purported in your Form 17.
Instead we can write labeled as man.
Labeled as, बस, that's it. सर NSQ में आए ना, अभी इसमें तो हम इतना तो मैन्युफैक्चरर के लिए नहीं सोच सकते कि हम अपना केस बीट करेंगे ना सर, हम as per label लिख देंगे, इससे ज़्यादा हम नहीं जा सकते।
नहीं सर, एक्चुअली हम उस केस का कह रहे हैं जिसमें मैंने इंफॉर्मेशन दी, मैंने कंप्लेंट दी।
That is good. If I found that it is actually manufactured by someone else and I found it being manufactured putting the label of someone else, then you in Form 17 clearly mention that I found it packed, being under packing, being under manufacturing, being under this, with the label of this. You make it very clear this is a counterfeit from the day one itself.
मैं बता ही रहा हूँ।
मैं आपको बता दूँ, आपको just let me allow me to discuss one case there of yours only. May I? Openly. Case of Keshtish Reddy. Still absconding? Still absconding? Now he has been arrested. I don't know. I have talked to Janu, Krishna Kumarji, that he is still absconding. Number one. Number two. My question is very simple and very straightforward. Most of the firms he cheated are from Himachal Pradesh or from Uttarakhand. And you know it very well, Solan. And you know it very well, the modus operandi. He used to obtain a loan license or a market by agreement with those firms, get one batch manufactured from them, and then manufacturing hundreds of batches without their consent. Rather, he manufactured one drug which is not even, the raw material of which is not even available in India. Antiretroviral. You investigated that case. You have discussed that case with me. Delhi drug control जिसमें involved था, Bhagirath Palace में वो drug मिली थी, and I sent you the certain informations and hideouts. You know, then why we are not very clear enough to write it down that this is a counterfeit. This is actually not manufactured by that manufacturer. We should have the courage, and that courage will come only if we are investigating it properly. We are very clear in it. Then we will be able to do it. Sorry.
प्रूव करने का बर्डन भी अपने
प्रूव करने का बर्डन आपके पास है, लेकिन आपके दिल में इतना हौसला होना चाहिए कि मैंने जो लिखा है ना, मेरी आंखों पर हुआ, इसीलिए BNSS में वीडियोग्राफी आया है, ताकि आपको कोई उस हौसले में कमी ना आए। कल को घर जाकर के भूल जाओ, यादाश्त तो इतनी रहती है, 2 दिन, 4 दिन, 8 दिन की, 6 दिन पहले सुबह क्या खाया था मालूम नहीं याद रहता है।
Devices, if a device of a particular size is being sanctioned by the DCGI, beyond that it is available outside India but not in India. But that the same company which is having a license up to that size is using another size over here in the cath lab, and you are just by chance over there as a competitor company and you came to know, and after that you are informing and nothing is being done on it.
I will answer in the due course of this, otherwise the topic will go to the devices from drugs. Just in one line, in devices A, B, C, D, A and B or C or D, whatever permissions the SLAs or CLAs are giving, they are giving the permission to the family, number one. Am I right? Am I right? Okay, you are not working in devices. They are giving permission to the family. But one set of devices, permission is given to one set of devices. Then when the fees is there for one set of devices, why the company is not writing the particular size or particular...
but in the manufacturing license it is written.
Then you inform them, no? Don't inform me. They will take action. Next record, this is very important, 51(6). Record of inspection, sampling, seizure, etc. submitted to the controlling authority. I think we over a period of time has forgotten. I am telling you. जैसे हम सब्जी खाई भूल जाते हैं ना, 4 दिन पहले क्या खाया था रात को, भूल जाते हैं, नहीं याद है, वैसे ये भी भूल जाते हैं। हमने अगर ऊपर सब्जेक्ट टू इंस्ट्रक्शन ऑफ कंट्रोलिंग अथॉरिटी है, जनरल इंस्ट्रक्शंस हैं, उसके बाद भी अगर सैंपल लिया, सीजर किया, मेंटेनेंस ऑफ सैंपल रजिस्टर, सीजर रजिस्टर, नॉन डिस्पोजल ऑर्डर रजिस्टर, एक्सेट्रा एक्सेट्रा, इन्वेस्टिगेशन कंप्लेंट रजिस्टर, देन रिसीट रजिस्टर, डिस्पैच रजिस्टर, ये सब बनाते हैं कि नहीं बनाते हैं? अगर हम ऑनलाइन हो चुके हैं पूरी तरह से, तो whether the key is with password is with the controlling authority to go and check the record of each and every inspector, then this is compliance. Then this is compliance. But you have to write a specific letter whenever you are doing a specific work. Otherwise, what is going to happen? Now in Haryana, when the names of the firms are coming from the controlling authority, that is Computer Mahashay, then the reports are also going back to the Computer Mahashay. And based on that, if the registered pharmacist is not present, then Computer Mahashay has fixed the number of days कि इतने के लिए suspend करना ही है. We have to suspend the licenses for these many days. Then there will be no discretion in your hand or the licensing authority's hand. That will go to the Computer Mahashay. Although licensing authority is above this, But randomization is randomization. Inquiries and inspections, again the same things. There is a minute difference between inspection, investigation and inquiry. Please mind it and do accordingly. 52. Same things, almost same things. But here, one thing. We generally pass orders of stock production on the spot. Can we do it? No. Do it. We can do it. 22(1)(d). Supreme Court has given the widest ever possible meaning and interpretation of this power, and even given the power to arrest to the drug inspector. Power of arrest to the drug inspector. Then, what do you think that drug inspector is not in a position to stop the furtherance of offence? Can an inspector go and seal the shop? Haryana is doing it, and almost every week, few shops are being sealed. These are debatable things. Inspector can do it, but again, power is there. You have to use it very wisely. Otherwise, it is going to cut your head. Where the manufacturing is in total non-compliance of the condition of license or the good manufacturing practices, then the inspection team has the power to say, stop the production. You cannot allow them to produce the drugs under unhygienic conditions. But again, always remember the law of natural justice. A chance of being showcased, even a chance of being personal hearing must be given by the licensing authority before suspending or cancelling the license. But Rule 85(2) clearly mentions that even in the showcase notice issued by the licensing authority, he can pass the order of stop production. But generally, licensing authority also says that I will give him a chance to explain his position within 15 days, 28 days, 7 days, whatever it is. To use it very methodically and in a precautionary manner. Because courts are, again, if they want to give a stay, they will pass a stay order, follow the procedure. Then you have to again come back, issue a notice, give him a chance of personal hearing, etc., etc., and then pass it. So do it in a methodical manner. If you find it, पेड़ के नीचे बैठ के वेटनरी इंजेक्शन भर रहा था, तब तो करना ही पड़ेगा. There is no chance. Got it? I should move at. अब टाइम हो जाए बता देना, ऐसा ना हो कि बाहर से कोई आए और मेरे को टोके.
We are enjoying, sir. We are enjoying.
You are enjoying?
Yes, sir.
But I have flight. Lalit Goyal is sitting outside and waiting for me.
He's waiting for you.
Flight कल है actually.
ना 3 बज चुकी है.
Sir, flight कल है ना? He's enjoying.
He's enjoying. Okay.
He's interested.
ललित जी को पता दिल्ली आओ.
चंडीगढ़ वाली तो लेट.
अच्छा, चंडीगढ़ वाली लेट है.
20 यानी कि 8 बजे.
8 बजे है, हमारी भी 8 बजे.
8 बजे ही है सर.
8 या 7, 8 बजे.
4 बजे निकलना है सर. 8 बजे.
Power of inspection, subject to the provisions of section 23. Opening line, theory of check and balance. Opening line says, subject to the provisions of section 23. You cannot use your power without following the procedure given in section 23. and for any other purpose other than given in duties, Rule 51 and 52. Here there is a question again. Rule 52 में MTP Act तो दिया नहीं है. Rule 52 में NDPS Act तो दिया नहीं है. Rule 52 में कोटपा Act तो दिया नहीं है. तो उसमें हम एक्शन क्यों लेते हैं? DPCO तो दिया नहीं है. उसमें हम एक्शन क्यों लेते हैं? कंडीशन ऑफ लाइसेंस में भी ये तीनों नहीं आते.
उसका अलग नोटिफिकेशन आता है.
अलग नोटिफिकेशन आता है. ड्रग एक्ट में कहीं है? मैं बताऊं. सेक्शन 2 एप्लीकेशन ऑफ अदर लॉज इज नॉट बार्ड. Provisions of Drugs and Cosmetics Act are in addition to and not in derogation of. यहाँ तो डेंजरस ड्रग एक्ट दिया हुआ, आज तक किसी ने पलट करके उसको एनडीपीएस नहीं किया. डेंजरस ड्रग एक्ट रिपील हुए आज से करीब 25 और 15 40 साल हो गए. वो वही दिया हुआ है डेंजरस ड्रग एक्ट. किताब में भी अभी छपा हुआ वही था. लेकिन दैट यू रीड इट एज नार्कोटिक ड्रग्स एंड साइकोट्रोपिक सब्सटेंसेस. And similarly, Section 80 of NDPS Act, it clearly mentions provisions of Drugs and Cosmetics Act 1940 are applicable. Now the question arises whether you are empowered to take action under NDPS Act. Why police is calling you and making you a note, whether that is reasonable, that is required? Answer is no. You are notified under Section 21 of Drugs Act. You are empowered to take action under provisions of Drugs and Cosmetics Act. And under NDPS Act, only the police will take action. Why police is calling you? Unnecessarily, I can say this on record. Better, you make a coordination committee, give them a talk, and your officer is from the same cadre. He can explain, or he can tell you to explain them at length. Lalit Goyal is going to explain them at length on Monday और ट्यूसडे आई. आ जाओ अंदर, आ जाओ. ट्यूसडे आ जाओ अंदर, आ जाओ ना. आप वहां बैठे, मेरे को डर लग रहा है, टाइम हो गया मेरा.
फ्राइडे डेट आ गई उसकी, वही वाले मैटर की
आ गई. तो इसमें I have seen this fantastic work done by Lalit Goyal to explain the police officials. 2009 notification. It clearly mentioned about the whole quantity. Whole quantity means total weight or the volume. When the total weight or the volume is to be considered, well, then why the police is asking you to give the calculation of codeine phosphate present in the codeine sample, codeine based cough syrup, CBF, codeine based CBCF, seized by them? Why they are asking? Why they are not weighing it or measuring the volume of it? I give you one example, which I have quoted in one of the arguments. Sir, whether this 2009 notification is actually applicable on the drugs covered under Section 3B of the Drugs Act? Give the argument. They told us, give the argument. And I, along with the Drug Control Punjab, was there in the High Court as an expert. But somebody comes and take 2 bottles of codeine cough syrup, go to the High Court water tank, put that 2 bottles in the water tank, and told that every honorable judge, they are doing this codeine and seize it. CFL lab will give only the presence, either it is present or positive or negative. Then the total quantity means that total volume of the water in which that codeine syrup is added, that can that we consider as a total quantity of that drug? No? No, na? Then even after that, the whole quantity notification is applicable. And every third judgment, because advocates are arguing on these lines only which I have given you, but that is being set aside by all the courts, even by the Supreme Court, and the whole quantity notification is applicable on these drugs notified under Section 3B of Drug Act and covered under Schedule H1 of the Drug Act. H1 में आएंगे ना, narcotic drugs and psychotropic substances, drugs containing narcotic drugs and psychotropic substances are covered under Schedule H1. What is the proposal? What is the proposal? कल इतने फोन आ रहे हैं ड्रग कंट्रोलर महाराष्ट्र को, और सर तो भी यहाँ भी डिस्कस कर गए. Tapentadol. Why tapentadol was not declared as a psychotropic substance when tramadol was declared? Why committee was constituted and committee's final recommendation available? Lalit ji will send that on DCO platform also. And committee has also recommended that these are to be included in Schedule X and H1. Pregabalin in H1 and tapentadol in X. X.
GCD 65.
60. Then, even at this stage, these are not being considered as a psychotropic substance. And we are under pressure. But the local measures have been taken. Every deputy magistrate is issuing order, previously section 144, punishable under section 188, now BNS section 233. कुछ है ऐसा ही, मतलब I don't remember the exact equivalent section. To stop these misuse. Then why the police is calling you? One-time reply has to be given. Otherwise हम रोज भागेंगे. पावर समझ में आ गया? आगे चलें.
So
बैठे करते हैं. Number one is inspection. Inspection is for verification of compliance of the condition of license. But not only that, I added few more points. Now Lalit Goyal is here, so I will add to the MTP Act also. He is getting the work done under MTP Act also. And drug inspectors are doing it. Whether drug inspectors are authorized to take action under MTP Act? Yes or no? Directly. Who are saying no, please raise the hands.
So you have already answered that. Yes.
Yes. Why and how? Because MTP kit is a scheduled drug. क्या कॉम्बिनेशन है? क्या कॉम्बिनेशन? These are both are schedule X drugs, and combination is also schedule X drug. MTP kit can be sold by a chemist retailer. We discussed this matter in the DCC and only succeeding in getting the labeling conditions changed. You know it very well. We drafted those labeling conditions. What was those labeling conditions which we succeeded in getting changed? MTP kit can be sold on the prescription of which type of registered medical practitioner? Gynecologist. Where it is given. when it is a scheduled drug, it should have been sold by any MBBS also, on the prescription of MBBS also. Even Haryana has notified BMS and GMS doctors as registered medical practitioner by including their qualification in Rule 2EE. Can MTP kit can be sold on the prescription of a BMS doctor? Yes or no? No. No. Correct. Absolutely correct answer. No. Then this qualification of gynecologist is given in the MTP rules. Same word is defined in Rule 2EE of the drug rules and in MTP regulations. But there is a difference of qualification. उसमें क्या है? Gynecologist है, MD gynecology. We are diploma in क्या बोलते हैं?
Obstetrics and nursing.
कुछ ऐसे करके है ना, obstetrics करके. उसको क्या बोलते हैं हिंदी में? But we tell that specialist doctor in Hindi so that everybody will understand. अरे जो मेडिकल टर्मिनेशन ऑफ प्रेगनेंसी करता है, जिसने उसमें डिप्लोमा किया हुआ है, he is considered to be that doctor. But with the experience, MD gynecology or diploma with experience. Am I right? Under MTP Act, only he can prescribe or he can do the medical termination of pregnancy. That too, in a registered center under MTP Act. And there are two types of centers under MTP Act. Then limit of pregnancy is given. Am I right? At a retailer level, you don't know these things. And you are not aware of these things by virtue of the prescription only. Therefore,
that MTP center shall be registered.
Yes, under MTP Act. And the registering authority is the civil surgeon. And drug inspector has nothing to do in that. But since this is a drug, therefore, drug inspector is required to take action. How? If it is sold on the prescription of a person who is having not that qualification, then it can be considered as sold without the prescription or without the prescription of a proper person. 18C case. Number one. Number two, whenever they are selling the MTP kit, they are selling at 1000 rupees or 1500 rupees or 2000 rupees, not on the price printed on that. Don't you think that this becomes a case of DPCO?
Yes, sir, definitely.
Definitely? Definitely it is a case of DPCO. Then who will go and take the action under DPCO? Drugs inspector only. No one else is authorized even. And no one else is having that much of knowledge. Now coming to the last point, whether he can take action under MTP Act. If yes, how? Yes, you are told. किसी ने ना कहा था क्या? जानू जी ऐसे स्त्री ला रहे हैं, ना कह रहे हैं, हाँ कह रहे हैं. Yes बोले थे, इसलिए ऐसे अब कर रहे हैं, ठीक है. मैं ऐसी समझूंगा आपका बात. Yes, drug inspector can take action, but how? He has to report to the civil surgeon and that he has violated this and this thing, and on his report civil surgeon will get an FIR registered under section 345 of MTP Act, and then the person will be arrested immediately. Read with वो क्या था? 313 था ना पहले? 313 था? 313 जो IPC का जिसमें fetus, killing of fetus,
female fetus.
हाँ, there is one section also. अब BNS में क्या equivalent I don't remember that. पहले 313 था.
सर ने एक कुएं से वेल से 50 फीटर्स निकाले थे फीटर्स
हाँ यस कुएं से
50
पटौदी में एंड मीडिया ने उसको डॉक्टर डेथ कहा और लगभग 1.5-2 साल तक उसकी जमानत नहीं हुई डॉक्टर की और उसने एक्सेप्ट किया कि मैं फीटस निकाल करके मैं इसके अंदर डाल देता था
डॉक्टर A.K. सिंह
यस पटौदी you remember the name. These are the things which are required to be done. What is the relation between drug inspector and court pact? You appeared in the court pact also.
Notified by the government.
Notified by the government. I don't know whether you have got yourself notified or not, but Haryana has got.
Maharashtra evidence also.
Even
हनुमान जी वाली फीलिंग दिलवा रहे हो सर आप?
और क्या है?
हनुमान जी वाली फीलिंग क्या पूरी पावर से है?
सर एक कोटपा में all
Food safety officers
are authorized to act. But so we all are government servants, but state has to notify.
We got it notified. When FSOs were notified, then we got the DCOs also notified. For that.
FSOs are notified.
No, we can also.
Okay. Can you act under Poison Act?
Yes. We are notified in Maharashtra.
Yes. I think every state might have been notified.
Yes. By the notification of state.
Our state
Yes.
don't have notification.
Under Poison Act.
Poison Act.
Can you stop the sale of Nicorex?
Not part of the labeling.
Yes.
Any pictures?
Yes. Yes.
Sites.
The information other than the statutory information which is required to be mentioned on the label given in Rule 94 to 106 are part of advertisement. Where it is given, that label is part of advertisement. General statement is given. Naval definition of advertisement under Drugs and Magic Remedies Objectionable Advertisement Act. Or from where this definition was taken? This definition of advertisement was taken and हमारे Dr. H. Mahapatra, drug controller Orissa, he was the chairman of the committee and I was the member. And on my behalf, Lalit Goyal was the member. Okay. And this definition was taken from the Consumer Protection Act. And it was also given in ASCI. There is some board, I do not remember the full name. But this definition was taken from Consumer Protection Act. Label is an advertisement. Even insert, wrapper, these are also part of advertisement. And to be very specific, any information other than mandatory, statutory, required information given in Rule 94 to 106 are part of advertisements. No drug can claim or purport to claim the cure of pollen diseases. Similarly, under DMRO, schedule is there. Now, why we have to come up with the DMRO Act when Schedule J was there in the Drug Act?
Schedule J is only used for the drugs and DMRO can be used for any substances, material,
correct answer. Under DMRO, definition of drug is wider than the definition of drug in Schedule in Drug DNC Act. Definition of drug in DMROA includes the definition of drug in section 3B plus section 3H1, patent and proprietary Ayurvedic drug, plus definition of drug in patent and proprietary allopathic drug, section 3H2, plus definition of drug in for Ayurvedic drug, section 3A. Got this? Even if you go very deeply, these days we may take the definition of cosmetic given in section 3AAA of the Drug Act, which are violating the provisions of DMR. Plus, second thing is, this includes the magic remedies also, which includes tantras, mantras, आशीर्वाद, पानी फूक के दे दिया, ताबीज बांध दिया, भस्म दे दिया, बाबा जी ने इवन खाली आशीर्वाद दे के कह दिया पुत्रवती भव, तो आजा भैया तू पुत्र कैसे पैदा कर दिया तूने, आजा जरा। कुंभ में तो वायलेशन हुआ पूरा, सबने जाके आशीर्वाद ले लिया। तो है ही वायलेशन, चलो लेके आया। अच्छा, इतना नहीं है। हमने काम किया है ललित जी से, पुत्र संजीवनी वट्टी किसकी है? बिहार की नहीं भैया, बाबा जी की है, रामदेव बाबा जी की। पुत्र संजीवनी वट्टी, पुत्र संजीवनी वट्टी, पुत्र देने वाली। हाँ, पुत्र देने वाली। अब उसका जब उनके ऊपर केस हुआ तो उन्होंने आंसर क्या दिया मालूम है? ये तो पुत्र को लंबा जीवन देने वाली वट्टी है। मैंने कब कहा? हाइट भी कर दिया। चेंज द मीनिंग टुगेदर। तो डीएमआरओ तो बहुत ही आसान है, लेकिन डीएमआरओ का सबसे वीक पॉइंट ये है, एनी लॉ which is not having the deterrent effect of punishment is not becomes non-enforceable almost. तो इसमें जो deterrent effect नहीं है ना, इस वजह से इसके repeated violations होते हैं और सुप्रीम कोर्ट के कहने के बाद भी कोई नहीं मानता है।
सर अभी 100% प्योर लिखना भी बैन है ना, तो
वो खैर ऐसा नहीं कह सकते हम,
सेल्फ मेडिकेशन ज्यादा होता है ना सर?
हाँ, एक अभी पिछले 15 दिन पहले केरला की एक हाई कोर्ट ने मैडम चले
क्लॉज भी बड़े वीक है।
हाँ, इसके पेनल्टी क्लॉज है ही नहीं, बहुत वीक है। 6 मंथ्स
फाइन
है, और वर्ड है, एंड वर्ड भी और वर्ड है। तो बाबा जी को पता ज्यादा फाइन देना पड़ेगा, दे आएगा 5000 रुपए जाके कोई वकील के।
जज साहब भी डर जाके मुझे श्राप दे जाएगा मेरा ही होगा।
केरला की एक कोर्ट ने अभी वारंट इशू किया है, अरेस्ट वारंट पतंजलि के अगेंस्ट, और पेपर्स में पूरा रहा इसका चर्चा। अब केरला वाले चले गए मैडम, महालक्ष्मी मैडम चले गए ना, आगे उन्होंने जाना था, उनकी फ्लाइट थी। तो this is DMR.
Sir,
sir.
So there are many new drugs which are approved by DC India, but the diseases disorders mentioned in Schedule J are in DMROA. Can they claim it there on the label or the literature?
Sir, here I am very clear that we are lacking in our approval system. I always say one thing: whenever a new drug is approved, it should be classified at the time of approval whether it is covered under X, H1 or H. It should be done at the time of approval, number one, which we are not doing as a system, regulatory system, number one. Number two, indications. These are old indications. A committee was set up, constituted, including many doctors from the AIMS, etc., who revisited all these diseases and told them, नहीं इनका तो आ गया भाई, इसका तो treatment is possible now. Why you are keeping it here only? But since this is still under consideration of the honorable government, then we cannot comment on that.
It is under consideration.
Consideration of the government.
Consideration.
सर वो चल रहा है अभी, क्योंकि 2021 में ड्रग्स, कॉस्मेटिक एंड मेडिकल डिवाइसेस बिल लिखा था सर, और DMROA तो प्रायर टू दैट, कोरोना आने से पहले, महापात्रा जी के रिटायरमेंट होने से पहले लिखा गया सर, और आज तक तो आया नहीं सर। तो वो पता नहीं क्यों हमारे से करवा दिया। तो these new drugs at the time of approval, yes, but again इसमें एक बहुत बढ़िया एग्जांपल मॉर्निंग में हम डिस्कस कर रहे थे सर, केमिकल कंट्रासेप्टिव्स, ठीक है, शेड्यूल के में है ना, 5 है, कॉम्बिनेशंस भी हैं, माला डी वगैरह जिसके कॉम्बिनेशन आते हैं। आपने कभी शेड्यूल एच की लिस्ट चेक की? शेड्यूल एच की लिस्ट चेक की सर? शेड्यूल के में एग्जेम्प्टेड केमिकल कंट्रासेप्टिव्स आर स्टिल एग्जिस्टिंग अंडर शेड्यूल एच. What does it has the practical meaning of this? Under Schedule K, these can be sold without having the license in the Kirana store. But under Schedule H, it cannot be sold without the prescription of a registered medical practitioner. Can a Kirana store sell this chemical contraceptive on the prescription of a registered medical practitioner?
That's wrong.
That is wrong. That is wrong. And 5 to 7 cases which were filed by the honorable drug inspectors, which were passed afterwards in the high courts, उसमें निकल कर क्या आया कि DCC में तो गया था, उसमें नीचे लाइन लिखी हुई थी, it was written in the DCC that delete simultaneously delete from Schedule H. It went to DTAB. DTAB also sent this recommendation to the government. Include in Schedule K and simultaneously delete from Schedule H. वो पहले वाला हो गया, A is approved, B के बारे में silent, B में रहेगा, A के approval का कोई मतलब ही नहीं है. Putting cart in front of the horse, और फिर उसको मार रहे हैं horse को चाबुक की दौड़, वो कहता आगे तो गाड़ी पड़ी है, मैं कैसे दौड़ूं, गाड़ी को टक्कर तो मारूंगा नहीं. तो this is DMR. Anything else in DMR? लंबा हो गया. Thank you everyone. सर आएंगे ना? वही हूँ, और ये तो देना है मैं. अच्छा, आइए सर. अच्छा, आ जाओ जफर. सर अभी भेज दिया सर आइए
अच्छा मोबाइल से
सर आईपीएल वाला क्वेश्चन थे आपका था ना 2 साल पहले से पूछा था आपका था
नहीं सर
हेलो आप सर को बुला लीजिए ना सर आइए प्लीज
Sir, give it to someone who can read it.
Okay. ये किसको देंगे किसको आती हो
Hindi is very tough.
जिस
Sir, hello, respected sir, D. Hanumantrao sir, respected D. Hanumantrao sir, sir, please your session.
Welcome my movie.